Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this Ethical Finance ASEAN 2025 Virtual Summit. We are now into the fourth installment of the Ethical Finance ASEAN initiative, and to date, over 5,000 banking professionals have benefited significantly from the valuable inputs and knowledge gained at this summit. Given its fundamental importance in social and economic development, the banking and financial services industry has a pivotal role in fostering ethical, responsible, and sustainable banking leadership. However, building an innovative, ethical, and sustainable banking industry is not a sprint, but a marathon. It is a long-term undertaking, a journey that demands unwavering commitment of banking professionals worldwide. And as a professional body for bankers, AICB remains steadfastly dedicated to playing this crucial role. So, together with our long-standing Ethical Finance ASEAN partner, the Global Ethical Finance Initiative, we would like to extend our appreciation and thanks to all of you for your support of this vital initiative over the years. The Ethical Finance ASEAN 2025 Summit is equally meaningful to us this year as its theme, driving inclusivity and sustainability, shares the ASEAN Malaysia Championship's vision of weaving inclusivity and sustainability into a united, prosperous, and progressive ASEAN, further solidifying the region's position as a rising economic powerhouse and a dynamic global player. As the fifth largest economy in the world, with a combined GDP of US 3.8 trillion, ASEAN plays a central role in regional affairs and diplomacy, facilitating dialogue and collaboration amongst nations to advance trade and investment, establish economic cooperation, and facilitate regional community building. Returning as ASEAN chair after a decade, Malaysia now has a prime opportunity to actively address regional challenges, strengthen cooperation between member countries, and lay a foundation for a more unified and progressive ASEAN equipped with resilient mechanisms to effectively navigate the future. I am pleased to share that I have returned as chair of the East Asia Business Council, EABC, this year, working alongside my co-chair from EABC China, a key and valued partner of ASEAN. Established in 2004, the ASEAN Plus 3 economic ministers, the EABC serves as a critical platform to foster economic collaboration between ASEAN, China, Japan, and Korea. Having previously chaired in 2004 and 5 and 2015, I look forward to leveraging this role to further drive regional economic integration and growth. Therefore, building on past conversations, this summit will endeavor to highlight ASEAN's growing influence in driving global economic resilience and sustainability, and explore actionable pathways toward ensuring an inclusive financial future for ASEAN. Drawing on their extensive experience and knowledge, leading global and regional subject matter experts from ASEAN and beyond will delve into the critical themes of inclusive economic growth, resilience, and sustainability in regional finance, green innovation, and climate financing, and ASEAN's role in global economic stability. With a strong emphasis on inclusivity, Ethical Finance ASEAN 2025 brings to bear the imperative of aligning sustainable finance with the distinctive regional needs of ASEAN and fostering dialogue that empowers diverse stakeholders and ensures equitable progress. The Secretary General of ASEAN, His Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Hoon, offers a simple yet salient piece of advice, saying, let us not only respond to the challenges of today, but proactively shape a more sustainable future for all. This is our shared responsibility, and the task ahead is not merely to adapt to the change, but lead it, creating a legacy of resilience, innovation, and progress for the future, for generations to come. I trust that today's summit focused on practical strategies for a resilient and inclusive financial future will further inspire you to shape a sustainable and prosperous ASEAN. With this, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri Azman Hashim, for your welcome remarks. My name is Shireen Kandaya, and I'm the Director of Sustainability, Marketing and Communications at the Asian Institute of Chartered Bankers. I'm delighted to be the Master of Ceremonies for Ethical Finance ASEAN 2025. After hosting our inaugural SDG Hive in Kuala Lumpur yesterday, we are excited to continue the discussions today with a packed agenda, and to join the debate online, please use the X handles at the AICB and at Finance for Change and the hashtag EFASEAN25. It's now my pleasure to introduce our opening keynote address from Tan Sri Nazir Razak, Chairman of the ASEAN Business Council and fellow chartered banker. Tan Sri Nazir led CIMB as Group CEO from 1999 to 2014, and as Chairman from 2014 to 2018, he transformed CIMB's from a local investment bank to the largest APAC-based investment bank and a world leader in Islamic finance. Over to you, Tan Sri Nazir, to deliver the opening keynote for this year's summit.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and thank you for that very kind introduction. It is my pleasure to address all of you at this year's Ethical Finance ASEAN Summit, the fourth installment of this important series. I would like to thank the GEFI and the ASEAN Institute of Chartered Bankers for having me. When I received the invitation from Tan Sri Azman Hashim, I simply couldn't say no. Tan Sri Azman's leadership in the financial industry are well known to all of us, and I have looked up to him as the standard bearer of Malaysian banking ever since I started my career in the 1980s. The theme of today's summit is driving inclusivity and sustainability. And this is consistent with both the raison d'etre of ethical finance and Malaysia's theme for its ASEAN Chairmanship in 2025. ASEAN, home to over 700 million, mainly young and ambitious people, has huge potential to grow faster by optimizing investments, encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship, and further integrating the 10 national economies. Yet we must do so while also confronting pressing challenges such as poverty, income inequality, and environmental degradation. Ethical finance, aligning finance practices with moral and social values and emphasizing transparency, accountability, and sustainability is not just a moral imperative, but a strategic tool to ensure ASEAN's success and sustainability. If banks and financial institutions are driven purely by profit, ASEAN could leave not only some communities, but even some countries behind. ASEAN could then become untenable as a regional grouping. Similarly, failure to prioritize renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and climate-resilient infrastructure would jeopardize the future livability of the region as a whole. The path forward for ethical finance has become more challenging with the rise in right-wing populism in the United States and elsewhere. There has been a discernible pushback against the very principles that underpin ethical finance and the prioritization of sustainable development goals. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is being positively discouraged in the United States, and I fear that instead of finding a middle ground, the pendulum will swing to overt majoritarianism and racism. This trend is alarming. It is imperative that we here in our region stay the course and resist the temptation to regress to outdated playbooks that prioritize short-term profits over long-term well-being and policies that favor the few at the expense of the many. We have seen the devastating impact of purely market-driven, bottom-line focused business models, models that have led to environmental degradation, social inequality, and the marginalization of minorities and disadvantaged groups. With respect, however, I do think that we cannot just blame those that do not accept our narrative. We must also look at our own efforts and understand why not enough people agree with our narrative and why so many voters in many countries support politicians who don't recognize the existential threat of climate change or the importance of sustainability and inclusion. Perhaps the problem lies with our communications, or is it the lack of integration of social factors into corporate accounting and incentives? We must figure this out in order to do better. To repeat, in this region, we must not allow ourselves to go backwards. We must reaffirm our commitment to ethical finance, sustainability, and inclusion as we chart our nation's and ASEAN's future. Ladies and gentlemen, as Malaysia takes over the chairmanship of all official regional platforms for 2025, the government's theme of inclusivity and sustainability signals its intent to ensure ASEAN stays on the just course. From advancing the digital economy framework, DEFA, and expanding the ASEAN Free Trade Area to accelerating the implementation of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, Malaysia's chairmanship year places high emphasis on ensuring ASEAN remains resilient and competitive in a rapidly evolving global landscape. Mirroring that, at the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, which I chair, we have aligned our agenda to support the government's vision, setting forth 12 priorities and initiatives for the year. Among these is the ASEAN Carbon Market Initiative, focusing on sustainability and climate change. Several milestones have been achieved by our working group. In August last year, we launched the Malaysian Carbon Market Association, intended to serve as the Malaysian platform to collaborate with regional peers for the development of more carbon projects, capacity building, mutual recognition of carbon credit methodologies by ASEAN countries, and sharing of best practices. At COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, a memorandum of collaboration was exchanged among the carbon market associations of Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and Thailand. Under our inclusivity pillar, we have what we call the ASEAN Inclusivity Collective, or AIC. This initiative seeks to get up to 4,000 ASEAN companies to pledge their commitment to measure quantifiable DEI targets that are aligned with the United Nations SDG, UN Women Empowerment Principles, and other international standards. A soft launch was held in October last year with 14 leading organizations such as AirAsia, HSBC, OCBC, Standard Chartered, and Silver Lake signing on as the collective's pioneer members. We are also developing an ASEAN corporate philanthropy framework as part of our effort to promote greater inclusion. The Center for Asian Philanthropy and Society, or CAPS, is working with us to study best practices across the region with a view to improving national rules, regulations, and incentives in philanthropy so that more corporate funds are channeled to help those in need and to make ASEAN more inclusive. At the same time as promoting SDG goals, we must acknowledge the growing frustrations felt by some about the plethora of measures and rules that have come together with it. They have been overwhelming and demanding for companies, especially the smaller ones. Therefore, one of our priorities is the simplification of sustainability reporting to make it more accessible and less burdensome without compromising on its integrity. We will convene focus groups to brainstorm ideas and recommendations on ways to reduce disclosure burden on companies, and following that, represent ASEAN companies to ask the various regulators to simplify and streamline compliance on this front, especially for SMEs and smaller companies. Ladies and gentlemen, these and several other initiatives aim at enhancing intra-ASEAN trade and investments, making ASEAN mean more to its businesses and people, and easing the perennial talent mobility issue will define ASEAN-BAC Malaysia's chairmanship agenda. At the end of the year, we want to be able to say that we materially moved the dial on ASEAN economic integration whilst promoting ASEAN as an identity and a regional business community that does business responsibility. With that, thank you once again for having me, and I wish all of you a fruitful conference ahead.
That was an inspiring address from Tan Sri Nazir Razak. Now, for what has become a regular installation of the summit, I'm delighted to welcome Arius Poon, Director, Head of Asia Pacific Insights and Analysis, S&P Global Market Intelligence, who will be presenting on the ASEAN Economic Outlook.
Thank you for the introduction, Shireen. Good day, everyone. Many governments around the world, not only ASEAN, are entering 2025 facing common challenges because they are seeking pathways to growth while navigating complex economic rivalries and government transitions. But a new year also means new challenges and also new opportunities. Today, I'm going to share two key messages about ASEAN economic outlook as we harness opportunities in a risk-driven world. First, we will set the stage for today's discussion with a quick overview of the current global economy. I will highlight three challenges facing the world. And then we will zoom in on ASEAN. How will those global challenges play out in the region? Which economies will emerge as the growth leaders in this decade? So let's get started. Next slide, please. The anchors around the global economy, which were low inflation, low interest rates, international cooperation, and frictionless trade, they have all become unmoored. Among the challenges facing the world's economy, we identify at least three, which are pivotal to global growth outlook. They are, number one, rising protectionism. Two, the economic slowdown of both the US and mainland China. And three, financial conditions being less accommodative than previously forecast. Next slide, please. What we see as the trend of trade is conditional globalization, where governments increasingly dictate trade flows through tariffs and export restrictions. These tariffs are expected to disrupt traditional trade patterns and may lead to increased prices for consumers, fueling inflation. The outcome of the US elections has already significantly influenced trade dynamics and will continue to be so. Slowdowns in the US and mainland China remain key to our global outlook, as these two economies account for over 40% of global GDP. Although the US real GDP growth forecast for 2025 stands at 2%, excuse me, reflecting recent strengths, this would still be below last year's estimated 2.8% rate. Less accommodative US financial conditions are expected to outweigh the effects of looser fiscal policy. For mainland China, we retain the 2025 growth forecast of 4.2%, well below the official target of around 5%. A less favorable trade outlook, along with spillovers of fragile private sector confidence, will likely be only partly offset by additional policy stimulus, although we will continue to monitor policy developments closely. Next slide, please. Global financial conditions will be less accommodative than previously forecast, dampening global growth along with various structural headwinds, including adverse demographics and high debt burdens. We expect the US Federal Reserve to pause in the easing cycle in mid 2025 as a combination of tariffs, relatively robust demand, and labor shortages points to renewed inflationary pressures. Therefore, the room for other central banks to loosen their monetary policy will be constrained by concerns over currency depreciation pressures and capital flight. The US dollar elevation is expected to last for longer than previously forecast, which was already an elevated level by historical standards. Next slide, please. So, how will these challenges play out in APEC and in ASEAN in particular? What are the opportunities and risks for the region in 2025 and beyond? Next slide, please. We still expect the real GDP growth in the Asia-Pacific region to outperform global expansion this year. Although growth in 2025 will inevitably moderate from recent years, and APEC's lead ahead of other regions in terms of growth rate is also narrowing, as other regions such as Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America are catching up. Although mainland China's growth has been slowing in recent years, it will still likely be growing at about 4% annually. And given the sheer size of its economy, it will remain the largest growth contributor for the global economy. India should retain its status as the world's fastest growing large economy, despite slight moderation. Its growth will be supported by economic diversification, global supply chain realignment, strong public infrastructure investment, and improving private spending and investment. Next slide, please. It keeps us in perspective by looking at the global economy through a long-term lens, because for companies and governments, the strategic planning is not just for the next 1-2 years, but always 10 years and beyond. So, over the next 10 years, despite growth constraints in the near term, we still forecast APEC to remain the largest contributor of global economic growth. APEC as a whole, which is the orange part of the pie, will contribute more than half of the world's growth through 2034, in which ASEAN will contribute almost 7% to the global growth during the same period. The optimism underlining our long-term view is based on several factors, such as further redirection of trade and FDI flows in response to new tariffs and reshoring activity, a sustained AI-led technology demand, and improving domestic consumption and investment, which I'm going to discuss them in detail. Next slide, please. US mainland China strategic competition will likely accelerate the realignment of global supply chains and trade flows. Southeast and South Asian economies, including Vietnam and India, are poised to attract the lion's share of investment inflows as reshoring destinations for the US and mainland China. However, the redirection of mainland Chinese exports and FDI to these emerging markets would risk triggering a second wave of tariffs directed at these markets, or prompt them to adopt trade distortive measures to safeguard local industries. All these would offset some of the benefits from reshoring. Merchandise exporters such as Vietnam and Malaysia will also likely attempt to build alternative supply chains for goods destined for the US and those aimed at other markets. Front-loading export orders in early 2025 are likely to create tailwinds at the cost of future demand, likely reversing later this year. Asia-Pacific economies will likely seek to deepen the economic and diplomatic engagement through expanding the intra-regional trade and investment. Through groups such as, for example, the RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, to partially offset constricted access to the US markets. Non-US allies, such as Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam, will likely seek to deepen the diplomatic engagements with emerging market groupings, such as seeking membership in the BRICS. Continued AI-driven demand for semiconductors and electronics will also support the region's manufacturing and exports. Momentum in technology and product upgrades, such as AI-empowered devices and Windows 11, will prompt a replacement cycle, benefiting economies such as South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore, although growth may be partially tempered by the strong base effect in 2024. Tourism inflows should remain strong, nearing or surpassing pre-pandemic levels across countries such as Indonesia, Thailand, and Singapore. Next slide, please. However, in the near term, we should not ignore growth constraints facing APAC. Managing these volatilities can help companies and governments limit their risk exposure in the near term. Those constraints include the probable economic slowdown in mainland China, curtailment of global trade, renewed pressure on local currencies, and slower monetary policy easing. And I'm going to discuss these in detail. Regional economies with large or rapidly rising trade surpluses with the US, notably mainland China, but also Vietnam, South Korea, and Thailand, are more exposed to US tariff actions. Mainland China's economic slowdown is also likely to dampen intra-regional trade, FDI, and tourism. And US policy shifts affecting trade, taxation, and immigration increase the risk of a revival of inflation, and therefore a less accommodative monetary policy in the US. Higher US reference yields and a stronger US dollar would imply weakening of most Asian currencies, particularly those from economies more affected by higher tariffs, including the Vietnamese dong and the South Korean won, increasing the cost of imported goods and thus local inflation. In turn, central banks across the region will scale back or delay their policy easing cycles, especially those targeting exchange rate stability directly. There are exceptions, though. For example, the Bank of Japan will continue to normalize the monetary policy, while the People's Bank of China will continue easing, among other demand-side incentives, to revive the economy, while tolerating some renminbi depreciation. Economies with thin liquidity buffers and limited market financing options, such as Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, will remain vulnerable to the renewed tightening of the global financial conditions and a stronger dollar. Next slide, please. In addition to potential new US tariffs, Asian exporters are also facing EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or CBAM. The implementation of CBAM is already underway, with payments starting in 2026. The implementation of CBAM is leading to the so-called Brussels effect, with other countries creating their own greenhouse gas emissions regimes, as South Korea has already done, and providing incentives for clean energy investments. An example of the latter includes a $1.23 billion tax credit program from the Australian government for aluminum producers to move to renewable energy. Furthermore, the Asian Development Bank has previously forecast that CBAM will lead to a redirection of trade rather than a global reduction in emissions. We expect the EU may consider delaying or diluting some of the implementation of CBAM as part of its strategy to negotiate around trade with the US, which will likely create space for APEC to push back on some of these US regulations. In fact, the governments in South Korea and Japan have already said that they will jointly pressure the EU to review its CBAM as part of the two countries' ongoing green policy dialogue. Next slide, please. To conclude our session today, among the ASEAN countries, we expect Vietnam, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Cambodia will stand out as strong growth leaders in the current decade. Domestic demand has continued to support economic expansion in the Southeast Asian industrial economies. Rebounding international tourism has been boosting the tourism sectors of Thailand, Singapore, the Philippines, and Malaysia. The global technology upcycle is supporting the recovery in the manufacturing sectors of Singapore and Malaysia. Vietnam's manufacturing exports has recovered briskly since the first half of 2024, while the electronics manufacturing and business process outsourcing industries will support the long-term growth in the Philippines and Malaysia. In conclusion, we are in a world where change is constant. Disruptions are normal. I hope you will find the messages today helpful. Thanks a lot for listening. Back to you, Shireen.
Thank you very much, Arias, for that fascinating presentation. That was another great economic outlook and interesting to hear your take on the incoming CBAM regulations. Next up, our panelists will unpack some of the trends and explore ASEAN's role in global economic stability and sustainable development. The panel will be moderated by Dame Susan Rice, Chair, Jeffy, and feature speakers from the UN and the Belt and Road Initiative. Dame Susan Rice has a distinguished background in finance and banking. She was the first woman to head a European clearing bank and was a non-executive director of the Bank of England. Recently, Dame Susan was appointed independent chair of Fourth Green Freeport to deliver a green growth strategy for Scotland's industrial corridor. Dame Susan, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Shireen, and lovely to be with you again. Welcome also to everyone to the first panel discussion in today's summit. I'm joined in this session by John Pang, Senior Research Fellow with the Belt and Road Caucus for Asia Pacific, and Gita Sabaral, recently appointed the UN's Indonesian Resident Coordinator. Now, we've just heard about ASEAN's focus on inclusive growth, a big theme for this summit, and we've had an excellent economic update about the region, both very interesting. So I want to dig a little deeper into some of those themes with this panel, which we've called ASEAN's role in global economic stability and sustainable development. Nothing if not ambitious. I'll start by asking each of my colleagues a question about these themes, and then we'll see where it goes. But just a comment from me about ASEAN, the association. It's an association of, I believe, 10 member states, over 3 trillion of GDP, a population approaching close to 700 million, half of that population under 30. It's an association which by its nature looks around and looks out, and it's had a lot of economic growth in recent years. It's also a key player in RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which is the biggest free trade pact ever, comprising 15 countries, the first free trade agreement amongst the largest Asian economies. To me, it seems to be a region that's taking charge of its own destiny to the extent any of us can. So let's get this conversation going. John, I'll turn to you first. Now, you're a photographer in film and digital, and you must have a very interesting portfolio because I think of you as a citizen of the world. You live in China, you've studied on 3 continents, you've worked across all 3 sectors, and for a long time, you've been connected to and influential in the ASEAN region. So my first question to you, I've just described some pretty significant assets here, if you will. Given its strategic location and growing economic influence, how would you describe ASEAN's role in shaping global economic stability today? How do you see that?
Thank you very much, Dame Susan. I think the facts about ASEAN have been laid out by other speakers, and you and you've set out some of the basic facts about its centrality in trade, its the size of its market, and so on. But I think the context that makes it really interesting right now is the turbulence and great uncertainty, political uncertainty around trade and global supply chains. ASEAN has a really key role in global supply chains, and it's been a kind of and it's one of the most promising parts of the world in terms of growth. And its continued resilience isn't just important for ASEAN, it's important for the global economy. How ASEAN does in the middle of the kinds of shock that are coming down the pipeline is going to be something very important to watch. So it's whether it becomes the kind of shock absorber for the attempts for the tariffs and sanctions and things coming down the line, the talk about economic decoupling, whether it can serve as a kind of shock absorber for that, or it can, as a region that has always defined itself as neutral and open, studiously open to the world, whether it can maintain that is going to be very important, because ASEAN is the site of investment and production, not just by domestic companies, but by American and European ones, and Chinese and Japanese and so on and so forth. So, it's really the test case as well for how globalization proceeds going forward. So I needn't mention, but of course, I think this is on everyone's minds, is on the minds of policymakers as well as business people and investment professionals, what's going to happen amid the type of disruption we're seeing in global economic order, because that's what's at stake right now. And ASEAN stands for a very interesting position, a very important, in my view, stance with respect to that, namely its neutrality and its openness. If people are going to collaborate in the global economy, ASEAN is going to be a very important place for that collaboration, right? If it works out, you're going to see US and Chinese companies side by side, right, in Southeast Asia.
That's really, really helpful. I mean, that puts a terrific spotlight on the potential for the ASEAN region to have very significant influence beyond just doing business and growing the economy, but actually the nature and of how it does that business and its culture almost could have an impact. So thank you very much for that. Gita, let me give you also an opening question which taps into your general views here. Now, you're a walker, a trekker, what we in Scotland call hill walking. I can only imagine where you've done this because you've worked in development across a number of Asian countries, and currently you're leading 27 UN agencies in Indonesia to accelerate the SDGs, and you're doing that by partnering across all three sectors, so no small task. Now, you'll know well that Southeast Asia contains some of the fastest growing countries in the world. To what extent, through your eyes, do you think sustainability is or has been embedded in this growth? Has it been, and is it now, or is it just being looked at? And what, if anything, needs to be done to ensure long-term resilience and inclusivity?
Thanks, Susan. Let me briefly add in very broad strokes to the context that you set out before I dive into the sustainable growth element for ASEAN. And as you said, ASEAN is a $4 trillion, $3 trillion economy. It has maintained a steady growth rate of 5% over the past 2 decades. The region is also well on track to becoming the 4th largest economy, as John had set out, in the world by 2030. This growth, I believe, has been instrumental in halving poverty, bolstering inclusion, and strengthening economic resilience, although the course and the rate varies from country to country and within countries from region to region. Now, importantly, ASEAN is committed to balancing growth with sustainability. This is in many ways reflected in their collective vision for 2045 and the multiple regional frameworks that have been agreed for green taxonomy, blue economy, clean energy, as well as the roadmap for sustainable finance and capital markets, amongst others. The integration of ASEAN into the global markets in many ways provides an added incentive for the private sector to continue making its business operations sustainable, to leverage trade opportunities in markets outside the region as well. However, from where I sit, I believe that there's much more to be done, and I want to speak to 3 key priorities. The first, according to me, we need continued policy commitments and further raising of ambition and pace at the country level in support of sustainability and decarbonization, especially given the evolving geopolitical dynamics, the potential trade shocks that John had mentioned. The pathway for each country for the journey to sustainability and decarbonization will look different based on the pace of transformation towards carbon neutrality, but this will all cumulatively add up towards sustainability goals and towards SDGs across ASEAN. Second, I believe we need to rapidly bridge the SDG financing gap, the Sustainable Development Goals financing gap, which according to SCAP, the numbers suggest that it's $1 per person per day for ASEAN. For this, financial institutions, including banks, capital markets, asset managers, will need to scale up investments in green business operations and projects. Leveraging innovative financing instruments through SDG bonds and green sukuks, which are Islamic financing instruments, will be extremely critical. Third, and this is important from a UN perspective as well, we need to bring the power of partnerships to bear towards these shared commitments by adopting a whole of society approach, ranging from environmentally conscious and socially active young people who constitute a third. Every 1 in 3 people in ASEAN are young people. We need to engage with them. We also need to engage with communities with a stake in climate resilience and sustainable resource management while working with industry to integrate cleaner production processes. So as a diverse and dynamic region, which will only become more important over time, ASEAN in many ways can set an example for balancing growth with sustainability aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. Back to you, Susan.
Thank you very much. So very good sort of canter around that whole area, and very encouraging. There's a challenge in there. ASEAN can play that role for the reasons you've said. It needs to, and it needs to have the right infrastructure and frameworks around it to do that. But that makes it a pretty exciting place, I think. I think that's very good. And you mentioned SDG bonds, also green sukuks. One of the things that my organization, Jeffy, has been involved in is working in Malaysia with the MIFC on development of thinking around bringing sustainability more generally into Islamic finance. That's pertinent for some of the countries in the ASEAN world. John, let me turn back to you. And go back to this notion of sort of resilience and economic stability. Now, they often go hand in hand. I think many of us would say that. And many of us would say that infrastructure investment is a key driver of economic stability and sustainable development. And there are other factors. What can the ASEAN nations learn from China's Belt and Road Initiative to enhance inter-regional connectivity and sustainability here in Southeast Asia?
I think ASEAN and Southeast Asian nations aren't just learning from the Belt and Road Initiative, but from the development experience of China as a whole, of which the BRI is just this gigantic project abroad. I think there's great interest in connecting with it, in having BRI projects, if the financing can be gotten right. And of course, sustainability is a key issue there. But I think some of the key lessons about Chinese development that have been taken on board are they're really quite harmonious with the way in which ASEAN has already pursues development, which is there is a strong component of industrial policy, state-led development, and China has just done it extraordinarily well. Of course, Singapore is another sort of guiding example here, but Malaysia is also an economy in which the government plays a key role. So that sort of, having said that, I think the type of development would be infrastructure-led to make sure that the infrastructure is in place. So the great challenge there, of course, is financing and how do we do this? And in particular, connectivity infrastructure. So ASEAN has long had connectivity sort of plans. There's an ASEAN connectivity master plan, for example. And these are, I mean, the development model will increasingly be around this build out of infrastructure. We've seen very, very successful projects, headline projects such as the Jakarta-Bandung high-speed rail. Those are BRI projects, right? And the one between Kunming in China's province of Yunnan and Laos. The latter is particularly instructive. You know, when it was first proposed and then completed, I think people were wondering, how is this going to pay? Because you have a small landlocked country, connection to which, didn't make a lot of sense, actually. Not just landlocked, but mountainous. But in the event, the BRI, the high-speed rail project, traversed 75 tunnels, maybe 130 plus, bridges. It was an extraordinary effort and an enormous cost. And there was no way you were going to make sense of it if you were just looking at the traffic between those two places. But then as it turns out, of course, you are investing in the network. And this is just exactly what's happened. So now, just yesterday, I think we had an announcement from Thailand, from Bangkok, that they had agreed to connect Thailand or Bangkok to Vientiane. You could not have imagined trying to build a rail line between those two places. But now, of course, they're connecting because of the link with China. And this is not just for carrying people, freight as well. So it's really changed the game for Laos. And that's the type of project. Those are the kinds of development, leaps in development possibilities that, policymakers are going to be excited about. And of course, the high-speed rail in Java, in Indonesia, has gotten people excited. Malaysia should have done it long ago with the long sort of mooted Kuala Lumpur to Singapore line. But, people are motivated to do this now. So eventually you're going to have a network across Southeast Asia, from Singapore all the way up to southern China. That's a sort of game changer. So the costs are going to be calculated across the entire network. So if you see what I mean. So this has to be, the development in ASEAN isn't just going to be sort of calculated on a country-by-country basis or project-by-project basis. At some point, we have to work out a way to factor the costs and benefits across the region. in the matter of building a network. This, of course, works very well with ASEAN's role as in global production networks. You know, it's an outsized player in the supply chains or global production networks. Extraordinarily important, especially now as companies, seek a kind of China plus one strategy in where they locate manufacturing, to de-risk from China or whatever, including Chinese companies. So they need to be in Southeast Asia, but not just on a case-by-case basis in order to sort of evade sanctions, but in view of the development that's coming, right, that Geeta talked about. This is going to be a major part of the global economy. So there again is the contribution to global resilience, to some kind of acceptable globalization going on as we face the sort of the redesign, the quite deliberate blowing up of the old kind of global order and the creation of a new one. So I think that's the type of lessons and the role of infrastructure in driving development in Southeast Asia is going to be worked out in that particular context.
That's really very thoughtful. And you've made the point a couple of times that the financing of all of these things is absolutely critical.
Yes.
So when you talk about connectivity infrastructure, you make a very good case for that. Where does the financing come from? A couple of countries get going and they see that something can be done, even if it's costly, and they see the benefits, and then they throw their hat in the ring, as it were, and they say, we'll do a bit and we'll do a bit.
Yes.
Or is it all conceived and seen at the start?
It's conceived, and remember, this is not something driven from China, top down, and it can't be. If you understand anything about the way these countries work, it's just an absolute myth that this is some sort of big Chinese project and these guys are getting debt trapped. They're not that stupid, but but you're unlocking tremendous value here, connecting Vientiane to Bangkok, which is the logistic and commercial center hub of the entire sort of what we call the greater Mekong sub-region, right, consisting of Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam. So that whole kind of continental part of Southeast Asia gets connected, and then you unlock tremendous value, and you make and that's what policymakers want, ASEAN leaders want, for ASEAN to remain central, not just in terms of regional security architecture, but in terms of production and as a market. This is as Southeast Asia's long sort of traditional role. This is a long durée of history. That's the role of Southeast Asia as an in-between, as a region between East and West, as a trading zone and as a nexus, as a connector. So I think that's happening, and that's how one should think about infrastructure in the region. The type of value to be unlocked with it is on a level that requires and the costs involved in it that requires regional financing. And of course, there are institutions for this. There is, on the one side, you have the ADB, for example. You have the Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank. And I think with the accession to BRICS of some Southeast Asian countries, you also have sort of the BRICS financing mechanism. So I think those are things there, and ESG should absolutely be built into those.
Thank you very much for that, because I'm about to turn back to Geeta, and so John's given that lead around ESG, or for you it's the SDGs, a sort of much bigger panoply of goals and objectives that the UN has challenged the whole world with. But let me just say that sometimes infrastructure development and other things can be done very successfully from a commercial perspective, a financial perspective, but not necessarily serve the goals of SDG or ESG or any of these collections of letters that we have. So maybe you could tell us how the UN is working with the nations in Southeast Asia to ensure that their sustainability commitments, because they will all have them, I believe, how those commitments translate into policies, that not only drive regional progress, but also contribute to global sustainability goals. Can you take us through that area? Is it a minefield? Is it working smoothly?
Thanks, Susan. I don't know whether you're aware, the UN and ASEAN share a comprehensive partnership, which is guided by a plan of action, which sets out our joint commitments across three pillars: the pillar of economy, socio-cultural, and political insecurity. The UN Secretary General sees ASEAN as a clear priority, just as he sees all regional groupings as a priority, and he's calling for a quantum leap in our engagement with these regional groupings. In this context, we've got the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia Pacific, which plays a key role in tracking SDG progress by generating the evidence base that is necessary for all goals to be kept on track or accelerated, as the case may be. So what do the SDGs look like for Asia Pacific? And I'm only going to take literally 10 seconds to speak to this. Analysis is telling us that there are 5 SDGs that need major acceleration across ASEAN. And these are largely related to responsible consumption and production, climate-related goals, which are about land and water, as well as decent job generation. And in many ways, it's these 5 major SDG goals that defines what we are, how our engagement is how the UN is engaging across ASEAN. I also want to say that at the national and subnational levels, the UN, together with governments, undertake what we call voluntary national reviews and voluntary local reviews, which give you a much more granular analysis of how SDGs are impacting people on the ground. For example, in the context of Indonesia, these VNRs indicated the need to prioritize the treatment of industrial waste in the context of West Java. We also leverage big data through the Secretary General's Innovation Hub, which is based in Indonesia, which allows me to leverage it much more, to apply strategic foresight to track rises in sea level and its impact on agriculture, infrastructure, amongst other things, which only enhances this, the evidence-based decision-making for countries in ASEAN. Now, let me speak to 3 areas of UN's strategic support to ASEAN. First, and I will come back to the ESG point as well, Susan, at some point in time. But let me first speak to these 3, which I believe are extremely critical. First, the UN prioritizes technical assistance to the government and private sector to scale up innovative financing, what I spoke to about SDG bonds, blue bonds, green bonds, and the green sukuks. And we get into the initial phase of it, front load our technical assistance to help define the framework for these SDG and blue bonds, and even support with reporting on these what these bonds are translating into. In Indonesia, this has unlocked close to $10 billion over the past 4 years for vaccinations, scholarships, biofortification of food, including wastewater treatment, which directly contribute to nearly a percentage point reduction in GHGs. Right? 2, the UN, in partnership with the governments, is also facilitating the integration of women-led micro, small, and medium enterprises into cross-national trade, not just across ASEAN, but even beyond the borders of ASEAN. And I believe this is extremely critical, given that nearly every other MSME in the context of ASEAN is led by women. In Indonesia alone, we have a platform that brings close to 2,700 SMEs together, which translates into long-term orders for women working in specific sectors. We recently saw an order that came in for women working in handicraft and textile sectors, which secures families and secures communities in many ways. Third, the UN also partners with industry, and we help introduce best available technologies like electric arc furnaces, enhanced oil recovery, to reduce resource use and lower emissions, especially in hard to abate sectors like iron, steel, and fertilizer. So from where I sit, I believe the focus on innovative financing, prioritizing women in trade, and finally, looking at how do you introduce clean technology across industry, which then industry tends to scale up at its own cost, is the way how UN is contributing to transforming ASEAN economies along the lines of it being sustainable, inclusive, and resilient.
Thank you very much. I mean, that's really interesting and absolutely gets at that notion of inclusivity, which, as I said before, is a theme for today, in a very granular way, which I really appreciate. Also interested in water and wastewater treatment. I've chaired a water company here in the UK for 8 years, so I'm quite familiar with the challenges and what's changing in that area. And so you've both come in with some specific examples, and I always think, we can talk theoretically and talk philosophically, but what really is remembered from sessions like this is when people give you specifics. So, John, let me come back to you. You were in Edinburgh last September at the Jefferies Global Summit, and you used a phrase, you contributed a lot, and one of the phrases you used was that you called for collective action and unity of purpose. That sounds as if it's very much underlying what is happening or what people want to see happening in the ASEAN region, and that those elements are needed in dealing with challenges. Can you, from your perspective, share any specific examples of very successful regional cooperation within ASEAN that has maybe advanced economic resilience or sustainability? There's lots of cooperation, but is there anything specific to the themes that we're looking at just now?
I think thank you. I think the most important one thus far has been or the most outstanding one has been the sort of Chiang Mai initiative. It was initiated in about the turn of the millennium by ASEAN +3, plus China, Japan, Korea, post the Asian financial crisis. So they started with about 120 billion. It's now about 240 billion. It's a swap fund, which it's become a sort of multilateral institution, right? The CMI, it's Chiang Mai Initiative, at key moments, it's really served to stabilize the region financially against the kinds of financial crisis that everyone experienced in about 1997, 98. So that is one. And interestingly, of course, and I think instructively, it involves ASEAN and more than ASEAN. Involves what is, the ASEAN plus 3. So I think that's instructive of the way in which ASEAN collaboration involves more than just the ASEAN countries. Another example of an institution or a multilateral organization or pact that people don't realize was actually driven by ASEAN is the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP. So this giant kind of trade agreement was driven by ASEAN, not by China. And ASEAN countries are at the center of it. So it continues to be a relevant organization in that regard, in economy and in trade. So I agree entirely with you that focusing on these positive, beneficial projects, right, where we can show collective action at a time like this is going to be really, really important. But I think going forward, the challenges are greater, and the type of everything that we talk about in ASEAN, even in terms of ESG, one has to realize, need to be understood in the context of the overriding priority of development. That is the human priority. It's the political priority. If you want ESG, SDGs, they have to fit into that. This is very different from the outlook in a developed economy. the mentality, the mindset, the priority that's often not understood outside of ASEAN is we have to grow and we have to alleviate poverty. So, in light of that, it isn't just particular ESG, SDG type projects, but big transitional moments in economic development that are important. So right now, and ASEAN is at the forefront of this actually, it's really experiencing this. We're undergoing an energy transition, a global energy transition, led by China, quite frankly. And this is not just tremendously consequential for the climate, for the environment, but also for industrialization. For ASEAN countries, such as Malaysia, fairly sort of getting to middle income, fairly well-developed societies, stuck in a kind of middle income trap. This is a second chance at industrialization because it involves the entire automobile sector as well. So you're going to require the sort of electrification of your transport, but also of the grid, and you need a smart grid. So all that is a lot of work, and the transformation of the economy. And I think every country in Southeast Asia has an eye to this. You don't just look at these places as producers of nickel and so on. Yeah, Indonesia producing nickel, but they want that nickel to go into the supply chain for electric vehicles. So that sort of rise up the supply chain, up the value chain is the priority. And there's a lot going on in Southeast Asia now around that. So when we're talking about collective action and unity of purpose, getting certain frameworks in place for this and collaboration around this is really important. For example, on power grids, there's an ASEAN power grid framework for collaboration, and a kind of coordination of policy on energy will be very important. But the end goal, the thing that people want, is that development. If you look at Malaysia right now, and there are tremendous challenges around it. If you look at Malaysia right now, Malaysia has become the data center for Southeast Asia. Dozens and dozens of data center projects. Now, this has tremendous implications for the environment. These things are guzzlers of energy, right? And water. It's great for the country, but they're also hugely sort of impactful on the environment. How does Malaysia manage this? How does Southeast Asia manage this? A framework on the technology of AI would be very important. And then, things are happening at such pace, right? A week ago, you had this gigantic, unprecedented disruption of the AI market by a small Chinese company called DeepSeek, located just a few kilometers from me. And that the open sourcing of AI makes it possible for all these Southeast Asian countries now to suddenly take a huge leap in adopting it and building the implementation or application layer on it. So that's a development opportunity. And of course, that drastically reduces the projections of electricity required, the capex required, the water, and so on. So there are very interesting things going on when you go down to the granular level. But for each of them, ASEAN Southeast Asian countries always benefit from thinking together and working together as ASEAN.
Thank you very much for that. I would just put a little footnote to what you said, because my day job is also in the sort of green reindustrialization of parts of Scotland. And I think that there are different parts of the world that are leading in what is needed to make the change that we all have to take. But I absolutely agree with you in terms of how you describe that activity in the ASEAN region. So Gita, before you took up your post in Indonesia, and we're running a little shy on time now, you were the UN's resident coordinator in Thailand. Any specifics, any best practices that could be replicated across ASEAN and indeed beyond to drive stronger environmental and social policies?
Thanks, Susan. I think it's a very pertinent question. And one proven best practice involves the UN Environment Program, their finance initiative, which works very closely with national banks and investors to develop sustainability financing frameworks for their businesses. And these are based on the UN principles of responsible banking and the principles of responsible investment. And what does UNEP do? UNEP steps in there, providing very niche technical assistance to national banks for developing these financing pathways at a pace that is fit for purpose to increase ESG investments. In the context of Thailand, which, as we all know and as John mentioned, is an economic powerhouse in ASEAN, 7 banks and investors have signed up to these principles of responsible banking and investment, which has unlocked close to $3.9 billion for ESG projects, supporting the energy transition, the food security agenda, and sustainable growth, not just in Thailand, but across the ASEAN region. Right? Similarly, in Indonesia, we have 5 national banks that have adopted these approaches. And with every percentage shift in the direction of ESG, it will unlock $1.23 billion here for sustainable investment. I believe this is a potential for ASEAN as a whole. If banks across ASEAN adopt these principles and move the needle by even a percentage point, it could unlock $28 billion of additional financing. This is the scale that we need to bring to bear in ASEAN, from domestic markets, from domestic investors to fast track the sustainable growth agenda.
Thank you very much. And could I now, just to bring the session more or less to a close, ask you each a final closing question in under 60 seconds. If you could come up with, if you had to recommend one concrete step that ASEAN leaders should or could take today to secure both economic stability and sustainable development for the future, in very few words, what would that step be? Geeta, I'll go to you first, and then John.
Thanks, Susan. If there's one thing that that we need to tell political leaders is we need to invest more in South-South triangular cooperation, learn from each other, and see what works in one country, how you can make it fit for purpose in other countries, while we continue the policy commitments to further raise the ambition and pace for sustainable development in ASEAN. So I'm going to pause there, hand it back to you, Susan.
Excellent, thank you. John, just as brief, please, if you give us one concrete recommendation.
I think Geeta almost took the words out of my mouth about that sort of coordination. We're entering a kind of a world in which South-South trade and cooperation is increasingly important and increasingly sort of increasing in scale as a part of the global economy. So within ASEAN, we just have to continue working on the economic community, global economic integration, but also the integration of production networks. That requires a degree of coordination among, very granular coordination among policymakers, such that, for example, you could have in the end a kind of ASEAN integrated production network for electric vehicles, right? Or for AI, standards for AI. So I would leave it at that.
Okay, no, that's very good and very much aligned, as you say, which is helpful. So we are within seconds of the end of the session. I just want to close it by thanking both of you very much. I found this really interesting, Geeta and John. We could go on for another session if we had scope to do that. And I'm taking away, I took lots of notes. You probably saw me writing, but lots of thoughts. But that notion of South-South trade and cooperation, very much what is happening in the world, and ASEAN is just in the right place for that. The potential for the ASEAN region to be a model for some of these developments wider and outside the region, as well as continuing to improve what it's doing internally, the key role that the UN is playing in developing frameworks with governmental and political leaders, the absolute importance of connectivity infrastructure, how important that is in the future. And I will leave it at that. Can I thank you again both very much indeed?
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Dame Susan, Geeta, and John. Now, to gain insights from both data and regulation, I am delighted to invite Omar Sheikh, Managing Director of Jeffy, to explore the latest financial trends in Southeast Asia alongside experts from the Central Bank of Malaysia and MSCI. Over to you, Omar.
Thank you very much, Shireen, for those lovely, warm words of welcome. And indeed, a pleasure again, I must add, to join together with AICB to be hosting Ethical Finance ASEAN. There's been some fantastic conversations earlier today. And this panel, I'm particularly excited to be moderating as we look at current trends within the financial landscape. Specifically, we're looking at ASEAN and how the region is adapting to global economic shifts and sustainability challenges. We have two great experts with us on for this panel. First of all, we have Yu Ishihara, who leads the MSCI's Research Singapore team and specializes in automobiles and associated components. Alongside you, we have Soraya Sani from Bank Negara Malaysia. Soraya is the Deputy Director of the Sustainability Unit. So big welcome to both of you, and thank you so much for making the time to join. Right, so let's get straight in to the nub of the matter. We have a number of questions we would love to unpack with both of you. And if I may just kick off with yourself, Yu. From your perspective and the data and the insights that you have at MSCI, in terms of the economic outlook, you have, we see that earlier in the day, Aries mentioned the increased kind of trade flows among ASEAN markets, talking about imported inflation and the impact of CBAMs as well. Can you share with us your perspectives on what are the kind of key sustainable finance trends you are seeing in the region?
Yeah, sure, Omar. Thanks very much for having me today. So I think when we talk about sustainable finance trends in the region, we can obviously have a pretty lengthy discussion, certainly about the critical role it plays in sort of the ASEAN region's economic development. But in terms of calling out, I guess, major trends, I'd certainly, highlight the growth of transition finance as, one of the key emerging themes. So I think it's fair to say that one of Southeast Asia's biggest challenges is sort of transitioning the high-emitting sectors such as steel or chemicals, agriculture, and of course, energy, while ensuring sort of economic and social stability and of course, growth. And so to that end, we're seeing some, pretty big efforts in markets like Singapore and Malaysia, where, regulators are promoting frameworks, not just to fund clean energy solutions, but also sort of the incremental, decarbonization efforts. This is obviously, well tailored for the region, but it's also a shift away from some of the more rigid, I guess, call it green-only frameworks adopted by some of the Western markets. But again, it aligns much more closely with sort of the realities and economic development of Southeast Asia. But on the flip side of that, because there is this divergence with some of the other standards around the world, it's also kind of brought to light this issue that we're seeing in capital markets today, which still haven't fully come to terms with, defining, I guess, what exactly is a credible transition, especially in the eyes of a global investor, which kind of means that, ASEAN transition finance opportunities, they could face limited international demand unless, definitions, through areas such as sustainable finance taxonomies, which we're obviously seeing develop, or even things like improved disclosures, corporate disclosures through ISSB frameworks, ultimately improve transparency and, align more definitions. But kind of going back to that initial question about, how does this impact trade or inflation and how sustainable finance kind of plays a role here, I think one of the biggest takeaways is that the push to kind of develop a robust sustainable finance ecosystem in ASEAN, it's not, just, a nice social or environmental imperative, but it's also market driven, right? It's a response to these market dynamics, which is illustrated again by that earlier discussion around foreign investment into the region, or, the broader implications around, things like imported inflation or carbon border adjustment mechanisms. So transition finance, kind of defining what that is, what are the opportunities? It's going to be critical to driving capital allocation, which is, also related to directing foreign investment into Southeast Asia.
And thank you very much. It's fascinating those tension points we're seeing play out, and once again the taxonomy challenges underpinning that. I think it's some very fascinating insights there. And if I can also ask yourself, Soraya, turning to yourself, around the kind of global regulatory trends, and we were just touching there, you were just talking about taxonomy there and the issues that we'll have. But in terms of global regulatory trends effectively integrating into ASEAN's financial system, or is it these global frameworks, or is it more regionally tailored approaches that are needed when we talk about sustainability in ASEAN?
Thank you, Omar, and thank you for having me. So, the global regulatory trends are certainly influencing ASEAN's financial system, particularly in the areas like sustainability finance, digital finance, and AML, anti-money laundering measures. So, frameworks such as the IFRS sustainability standards and the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, the TCFD, are gradually being adopted by the ASEAN countries. These actually reflect ASEAN's commitment to aligning with the international best practices. So nevertheless, a regionally tailored approach is still essential to ensure that these global standards are implemented in a way that suits ASEAN diverse economies. The region, as you are aware, ASEAN comprises both developed and emerging economies, each with different levels of financial sector maturity, regulatory capacity, and economic priorities. So a one-size-fits-all model may not be effective, as some ASEAN member states may require time and flexibility to develop capacity, be it technical know-how capacity or even financial capacity. So you mentioned ASEAN taxonomy. So that's actually a good example. The ASEAN taxonomy for sustainable finance actually highlights the need for a harmonized yet flexible approach. The ASEAN taxonomy, is really a case in point where it provides a common language across the different ASEAN member states while recognizing the differences in economic development and financial system maturity in the ASEAN countries. So by balancing global alignment with local adaptability, ASEAN can actually maintain financial stability and to some extent promote sustainable growth and enhance the region's attractiveness to global investors. At the same time, ensuring that regulatory transitions are manageable and inclusive.
Great. So I want to follow up on that. So we've got the kind of regulatory challenges that you've mentioned there, sorry, and you've also touched on the taxonomy issues. How can we just get a bit more information around how do you deal with the tension points? So we get the tailoring that we talk about that you've referenced there, Soraya. You want to be aligned to international best practices. Where are you seeing, just for the kind of viewers, what are the kind of tension points you're seeing, and any reflections just around a bit more, just to unpack that, what you said there, Soraya, a bit more around how that's being navigated?
So the tension point is really when developing countries are required to meet the gold standards currently being adopted by the developed countries. It's really not easy. So again, I go back to the example of the ASEAN taxonomy where we want it to be inclusive in nature. We introduce the transition taxonomy. So instead of just focusing on the gold international standard, we provide some flexibility. We introduce the transition categories, the amber categories, where users can actually start the journey slowly, but eventually they will then achieve the green or the gold standards that we are looking for. So that is
Got you.
the inclusive approach to some extent.
Yeah, got you. So kind of more measured, phased approach towards in the same direction, but appreciating with the starting point is different. No, excellent, thanks. And you, can I flip this round to bring in a bit of kind of, show me the money. Well, everyone's talking about growth, capital flows, etc. I mean, despite FDI declining around 10% globally, Southeast Asia attracted nearly $230 billion of inflows last year. Can it maintain this momentum? Can you give us a bit more color as to what's happening here, and is this sustainable?
Yeah, I think the word momentum is quite appropriate because I think, as you rightly point out, the fact that Southeast Asia is able to attract such a significant inflow of foreign investment, despite some of the challenges that Soraya just mentioned around, transition versus sort of these green green projects that are otherwise more popular, I guess, in the Western markets, the sheer volume of capital speaks to the potential for the capital markets' desire to finance transition opportunities in the region. And so I think currently all of the major Southeast Asian economies, they have a greater than 50% reliance on fossil fuels for electricity. And so to that extent, we've all seen, all of the major Southeast Asian markets making these national commitments, providing various degrees of supportive policy to provide tailwinds to cleaner energy, such as renewable energy. And so I think it goes without saying that renewables is obviously one of the key investment areas with regards to low carbon investment opportunities in ASEAN. But on the flip side, despite what I would say is, I guess, a pretty widespread recognition of this need for transition, I think growth for the sector so far has not, well, it certainly hasn't exceeded expectations. And I think that's quite fascinating because it also has some spill-on effects beyond looking at sort of the direct investment opportunities in things like low carbon power. There's an inherent importance in sort of decarbonizing energy in the context of growing Southeast Asia's importance as within the global supply chain for manufacturing. Increasingly, we're going to see Southeast Asian countries integrated into global supply chains for areas like transition minerals, industrial activities such as electric vehicle manufacturing. And these will all inevitably offer new opportunities for transition finance and exposure. So it's not so much about renewables as an industry to itself, but low carbon energy will play this incredibly important role in continuing to foster growth in other areas of the economy and transition as well, whether it's supporting manufacturing or mining, because global trade will become increasingly complex, again, due to factors like you mentioned before, like the carbon tariffs. So decarbonization of the ASEAN economies is imperative in, not only for the environmental sort of benefits, but also maintaining the region's attractiveness as a supply chain hub for global markets going forward.
And it's interesting you're touching on some reference points in the current kind of geopolitical scenario and the permacrisis and the deglobalization that we're seeing. It'd be remiss of me not to ask, with the kind of looming tariffs between the US and the China and the kind of spillover of that, how do you see some of that impacting what you've just said there specifically in this thematic of the transition finance impact and the decarbonizing of various industrial sectors for yourselves in the ASEAN region?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not a political analyst, so I'm not going to, talk about political views here, but I certainly think it is playing a significant role in sort of seeing more direct investment into the ASEAN region, whether it's, for diversification purposes away from sort of countries that may have, ramifications from tariffs from other regions. But again, I'd also point out that, carbon border adjustment mechanisms, essentially tariffs, these will also start to come into play if the ASEAN region is not able to decarbonize to meet it. The prices that ASEAN is able to offer will just become less competitive as well. And so I kind of come back to this whole idea of it's obviously great for the environment, it's great for society, it's imperative for growth as well.
Well said. No, very good point. And continuing on that kind of renewable energy perspective, Soraya, how is Bank Negara in its role facilitating financing for renewable energy projects in Malaysia specifically?
Thanks, Umar. That's a very good question. So Bank Negara plays a key role in facilitating green and climate finance, which include the financing for renewable energy projects through policy initiatives, funding programs, and regulatory frameworks that encourage sustainable finance. So just for information, Bank Negara Malaysia, we have introduced guidelines such as the climate change and principle-based taxonomy to help financial institutions assess and classify economic activities, whether it's green or transitioning activities. This includes RE-related projects or activities. This to some extent ensures that capital is actually directed towards projects with positive environmental impact. BNM, we have also introduced funding schemes such as the Low Carbon Transition Facility and the High Tech and Green Fund, which provides financing support to the SMEs, the group that requires most support to transition to greener practices and investing in green and renewable energy solutions. Additionally, in Malaysia, we do have the Joint Committee and the Joint Committee on Climate Change, the JC3. Through the JC3, Bank Negara collaborates with financial institutions, the financial sector industry to enhance access to green financing. BNM works closely with the government, including the ministries, to align policies and incentives that reduce financial risk for climate-related projects, which includes advocating for blended finance structures and risk-sharing mechanism to actually attract more private sector participation. We've embarked in several pilot projects, which include the greening value chain projects, pilot project. BNM also actively engages the financial institutions where we require them to strengthen their climate risk assessment capabilities and integrate sustainability into lending decisions. So through industry engagements and reporting frameworks, what we've seen is that financial institutions are encouraging and they are supporting their clients. So what we have encouraged FIs to do is to play a nurturing role for the businesses and households as well during this transition period. So we are actually creating an enabling environment for climate finance, including for the renewable energy sector, ensuring that Malaysia's transition to a low carbon economy is financially viable to some extent, scalable and sustainable.
Yeah, great, fascinating. So I know yesterday at our SDG High session in KL, the financing the fair transition was discussed, and also the SME perspectives as well. And you mentioned the SMEs there, and they're a critical backbone of the economy in Malaysia. So I was wondering if you could expand a bit more around how is it that you find that, what are the type of peculiar challenges you see that the SME sector is trying to address when it comes to this question of adopting renewable energy? Is there anything particular there, or just broadly in their sustainability transition? I was just wondering if there's anything you could just add a small bit around that.
Yeah, so when we started this journey, I guess it was back in 2019 when we talked to the SMEs. I would say the main issue was awareness. There were lack of awareness. But now the SMEs, they are fully aware of the need to be greener and adopt sustainable practices. But now is really the technical capacity, how to transition, as well as the, some of them are facing some cost constraint. These are some of the key challenges that SMEs are facing. But having said that, that's where the financial sector, financial institutions play a critical role to support the SMEs in their transition journey, to have the conversation and to actually start introducing what are the changes required is important. I mentioned earlier the Greening Value Chain Pilot Program. That program actually consists of technical capacity building, tools for SMEs to measure and report their emissions level, as well as financing for the SMEs to transition to greener and more sustainable practices.
Thanks, Ray. I appreciate you giving some more information around that. I know we're slightly off script on that, but you're absolutely right. The kind of market awareness, advocacy, the toolkits, the practical facilities, all of those are of critical use to SMEs, disproportionately more helpful to them than as they don't have bandwidth large multinationals will have. I want to pick up, I'm conscious we're rapidly running out of time. I'm very much enjoying this session, but there's a couple of things left I wanted to pick up with you. First of all, as everyone's been talking about good old AI and technology. And if I can ask the question to both of you, and starting with yourself, Hugh, what are the risks and opportunities of using AI-driven financial tools in emerging markets, particularly in regards to financial inclusion and climate finance?
Yeah, of course. This one's, I guess, particularly poignant for us at MSCI, given our sort of company's core ethos is to leverage technology and data to help, financial performance. And so to that end, AI has been a key technology to enhance our own company's value proposition for a while now. So I'm more inclined to talk about the opportunities here. So obviously we can start with an area where we devote a lot of our development resources, which is developing better models for measuring climate or transition risk, using AI to better assess sustainability data, assess financially material risks. And ultimately, this is all in the goal of promoting better capital allocation and decision making. But to your point and question, even extending beyond sort of capital markets, there's clearly opportunities for AI to drive more financial inclusion. So thinking along the lines of, improving modeling credit, using alternative data to extend credit to those in need, or just lowering transaction costs to make financial services more accessible to a wider range of individuals or SMEs. But I think in general, we're clearly approaching a tipping point with proliferation of AI technology. And so I can imagine there will be new innovative ways to use AI to further enhance sustainable finance or financial inclusion. But there are risks, as with most nascent technologies, whether it's biases in data, models, data security concerns, and of course even regulatory gaps that could be used to exploit certain segments of the population. But I personally think that this is a situation where if there's sort of a collaborative effort, between financial institutions, but also the technology providers, and of course the governments, the potential, opportunities for AI to promote, financial inclusion or broader sustainable finance, is going to outweigh the risks.
Mm. Can I just kind of ask a bit further on one thing? So obviously with MSCI in your leading position as a kind of data provider on that side of the business, what's the one thing that's really excited you from the things that you've just mentioned, or is there anything that's really jumped out to you in the last kind of 12 months that you've seen AI do from your existing product set that you have at MSCI and say, wow, now that's a really fascinating application, how maybe how one of your clients are using it or how it's tweaked or enhanced a particular existing offering?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to give away all my trade secrets here on this particular panel, but it's playing a huge role in everything we do, right? And it can be something as simple as data collection, but even more importantly, it helps enhance our models to to better portray whatever it is we're looking at, whether it's financial risks associated with physical risk or whether it's assessing alignment of certain activities and certain company profiles with different exposures. And so I think it's honestly limitless in terms of our ability to provide better solutions for our clients and provide just better transparency for the market. And so I think we're working to incorporate it in as many aspects as we can, but at the same time we're obviously very conscious of making sure that we're managing the risks appropriately, that we're not being completely black box about what we're doing here. And so I think it's a balance, but I'm certainly of the opinion that it's going to do more benefits for us, which will obviously mean hopefully more benefits for capital markets in general.
Excellent. Great. And Soraya, same question to yourself. As a regulator, a big debate on regulating AI and restricting it and so on. But how do you see the kind of risks and opportunities?
Yeah, I agree with what you mentioned earlier. So just want to add one more point on the opportunities where AI can enable the creation of tailored financial products that meet the specific needs of diverse customer segments. So this is really important in serving the various segments in the economy. But one flip side is that AI often involves collecting and processing large amounts of personal data. This actually raises concern around privacy and data security, particularly in regions with weaker data protection laws. Yeah.
No, absolutely, it's a fair point. So I'm very conscious of the counter is rapidly running out. So if I can ask one kind of closing question to you both. For us at Jeffy, we curate these conversations as practitioners to really help catalyze positive action and momentum in markets. So if there was one key action that you feel is needed to ensure that Southeast Asia's financial growth is both inclusive and sustainable, as we've been discussing on this panel, what would you say is that one key thing that you would personally like to see? So Soraya, maybe if I can start with yourself.
Yeah, my point is simple. There's a need to establish a cohesive and regionally aligned policy framework for sustainable finance. So well-structured policy ecosystem is really crucial to mobilize capital and ensuring financial stability, as well as promoting inclusive economic growth.
Absolutely. So cohesive, unified standards. You, from your end.
Yeah, I mean, it's well put, right? I would echo that and maybe expand on it. I think it's a focus by all stakeholders, right? It's the capital markets, but also private and public sector to make sure that capital is delivered efficiently through sustainable finance or transition finance. And Southeast Asian markets then need to define and identify a structured pathway to finance these shifts. And not only is that going to drive regional decarbonization, but also promote economic growth, which is obviously good for society in general, and ultimately, again, we're talking about competitive growth for the ASEAN region.
Great. No, thanks so much. So look, a huge thank you to both of you for giving your time for this kind of short, somewhat rapid fire panel. Excellent insights and very honest reflections as well, and I think very pertinent to the practical realities of the financial markets. Cohesive, unified, and collaborative are definitely three key messages I will be taking from that panel. So a huge thank you to you both once again. And all that's left for me to do is now return back to yourself, Shireen. So back over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oman panelists, for that engaging session. That concludes the first session of Ethical Finance ASEAN 2025. I hope you found our fantastic speakers as insightful and inspiring as I did, and you feel motivated to drive sustainable finance forward within your respective organizations. We will now take a short comfort break, and I'll be back to start session 2 at 12:15 Malaysian time. Thank you. for the second session of Ethical Finance ASEAN 2025. I'm Shireen Kandaya, Director of Sustainability Marketing and Communications at AICB, and your Master of Ceremonies for today's summit. We are delighted to be working with Jeffy and UNEP-FI on this important event, exploring how we can drive inclusivity and sustainability in ASEAN. Remember to join the debate online by using the X handles at the AICB and at Finance for Change and the hashtag EFASEAN25. We are kicking off the second session with a presentation from Richard Folland, Head of Policy and Engagement at Carbon Tracker Initiative and a regular contributor to the Jeffy Insight series. Take it away, Richard.
Hello, and thank you very much to you, Shireen, for that introduction. And thank you to Jeffy, the Global Ethical Financial Initiative, and to the Asian Institute of Chartered Bankers for this invitation to speak at Ethical Finance ASEAN 2025. As Shireen said in the introduction, I work for Carbon Tracker, and I head policy and engagement for them. And in that capacity, I lead on them as well for government relations. So I was at COP 29 in Baku last November. So I'm going to speak about the high-level outcomes from COP, then talk about the implications for ASEAN specifically, and then do a bit of a look forward for 2030 in the run-up to COP 30 in Belém in Brazil in November. So first of all, focusing for a few minutes on the high-level outcomes from COP29 in Baku, and the major attention was on financing for the transition, and in particular the process that had begun, which culminated in Baku on what was called the New Collective Quantified Goal, or the acronym is the NCQG. And there was an agreement on this, which was pulled out of the fire at the end when there was a possibility that the talks on financing here were going to collapse without a deal. But I would say here at the outset that despite what the Azerbaijani COP presidency and others who have been saying that the NCQG agreement was quite an achievement, in reality, this agreement really was quite weak. So yes, looking at what was agreed, yes, the headline sum of 1.3 trillion US dollars by per annum by 2035 in terms of financing for the transition, financing for developing countries. Yeah, if achieved, that would obviously make an enormous difference. But if we dig into the text of the NCQG, the language is vague and the platform really is quite shaky, in my view. First of all, in the detail there, a commitment for an initial 300 billion US dollars from public and private sources to form the basis, the platform for the NCQG. I mean, this initial sum was considered nowhere near enough by developing countries. Second, in the text, the language talking about calling on all actors to provide sources to, quote, at least $1.3 trillion doesn't exactly give the confidence that that goal is going to be reached by 2035. Third point I would make about the NCQG text is that it lacks clarity about the quality of finance. And this is really important if we're thinking about financing for developing countries. You know, in other words, key question here, what would be the balance between grants and loans for countries? Final point, and I guess this is the one encouraging piece in this, in my view, is that the NCQG should cover voluntary contributions from large developing countries. So notably, that would include Chinese assistance, bilateral assistance, which has already been given. And that was encouraging that was in there. But if we take a step back, I suppose the argument is that this large quantum of money. It will encourage ambition, innovation on new sources of finance, maybe from aviation and shipping, new international taxes from carbon markets as well. But it's entirely understandable, still understandable, why many developing countries, they departed Baku unhappy with the NCQG agreement. Basically, this is because of the Global North's track record in failing to meet previous commitments made going back to as far as 2009, when the developed world there made the commitment to provide up to $100 billion of assistance by from that point. So really going back to the disappointment there of Global South, there's a lack of trust, and this really isn't the triumph that the UNFCCC, the UN, would have wanted going into this crucial year of 2025. So the outcome of the NCQG, this agreement, that was the fundamental criticism about the outcome, overall outcomes from COP29. But I do also want to highlight that with all this attention on finance, in addition, there was absolutely no progress on language on transitioning away from fossil fuels. Language that had been agreed the previous COP in 2023 in Dubai at COP28. And if we look at the progress or the lack of it in Baku, the negotiators from Saudi Arabia, other countries, they blocked progress on transitioning away from fossil fuels at every turn in Baku. So there's really nothing to grab hold of there on the transition from COP29. And if we're looking at the onward march of climate change, on the science, on the increasing number and severity of extreme weather events, I would argue that the cause of collective climate action has gone backwards, or did go backwards at COP29. The final outcome I'd like to mention is finally that there was agreement on the rule book for Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on carbon markets. Now, I'm not an expert on Article 6, but those people whom I know and I talk to and whose expertise in this area I respect, they claim this is a major win. And if maybe this agreement can tap into new sources of capital, which support genuine emissions reductions projects in developing countries, for example, on tackling deforestation, there might be a new dawn here for voluntary carbon markets. But also, from what I understand, there's quite a lot more to be done, detail on methodologies to be tackled as we now go forward in 2025. So basically, watch this space, I think. So that's the overall outcomes. Then, if for a couple of minutes, if I could dwell on the implications for the ASEAN region, and describe, I've described from these overall outcomes, I would say these apply very much to ASEAN countries as well. So I wouldn't single out what matters to particular geographies or geopolitical regions, but I would make these points for the ASEAN audience. First of all, on finance, there are obviously implications arising from the NCQ agreement for larger economies in terms of the support that they can give to less developed countries to tackle both transition and adaptation finance. So that's something to think about there within the region itself for larger economies. Second, that this retreat on the transition and fossil fuel phase out should matter to everybody, including those in ASEAN. Now, those who are investing in oil, gas and coal, they might even welcome this development, the retreat at COP29 in the shorter term. But in my view, given the urgency of the climate crisis, the need to accelerate fossil fuel phase out globally, arguably this retreat on the transition, that's going to increase the chances of a disorderly transition. And that is clearly not good. It's not in anybody's interests, including the oil and gas industry and the coal industry as well. So then turning finally to the outlook to COP30. Now we're in 2025. And also I want to talk about in this context the importance of multilateralism. So as I touched on earlier, 2025 and COP30, it's going to be an absolutely pivotal year for climate change and climate action. And front and center here in 2025, in the run-up to COP30, is going to be the new round of nationally determined contributions. So the national emissions reduction targets, and this new round is now proceeding as part of the Paris Agreement, with every 5 years governments coming in with new targets. And these targets are now starting to be submitted, and under this new round, the UNFCCC has set a deadline for new NDCs by the end of February. I don't think that deadline is going to be met, but we can expect new NDCs to come in over the course of this year in the run-up to COP30. And clearly these new NDCs are going to be crucial if we're going to retain any hope at all of staying within 1.5 degree warming limits this decade. Two aspects to concentrate on, I would say, with the NDCs. One is what national ambition are we going to see in terms of further reduction? And second, what does it say? What's it going to say about cutting fossil fuel production, investment plans as well, including nature-based solutions on climate and nature coming together? So in conclusion, as I say, COP30 is going to be extremely important. All roads are going to be leading to Belém, and depending on how things go, then it is going to call into question as well how strong is international cooperation on climate as well, and then bringing in broader questions about the future of multilateralism and UN cooperation. But I should stop there. I'm out of time, and I hope that's been helpful, and I'm going to hand back to Shireen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard, for that excellent update. It was great to hear about the ups and downs of COP, as well as what can be expected for 2025. Continuing on the theme of multilateralism, I am pleased to invite Amy Clark to moderate the next fireside on collaborative solutions for climate and biodiversity crisis with Greenpeace and WWF. Amy is the co-founder and Chief Impact Officer of Tribe Impact Capital. Amy, welcome.
Thank you so much, Shireen. That's always an act to follow, following Richard from Carbon Tracker. It's an absolute delight to be here. Thank you to Jeffy very much for the invite. I'm absolutely thrilled to be joined by two incredible activists from the region, Ed Tongson, who is the Sustainable Finance Lead from WWF Philippines, and Tata Mustasia, who's the Regional Climate and Energy Campaign Strategist from Greenpeace, Southeast Asia. I'm Amy Clark. I'm the co-founder and Chief Impact Officer of Tribe Impact Capital. We're a global investor based in London, working with a range of wealth holders, specifically and only focused on moving capital in support of delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals. I am going to ask Ed and Tata, rather than me try and do them justice, I am going to ask Ed and Tata to give a quick introduction to themselves, but really through the lens of the work that both Greenpeace and WWF have been undertaking in Southeast Asia for many years now, actually. Can you both just introduce yourselves, but also give us an overview of the work that you have been undertaking in the region, and also really importantly as well for the audience, how it connects climate and biodiversity into the financial and sort of policy decision making that happens in the region. Ed, I'm going to come to you first.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. Thank you, Jeffy and ICB for inviting me. I'm Ed Thompson. I'm the Sustainable Finance Lead. I'm working off Manila, and we're part of a regional project of the WWF, working with finance institutions and regulators. Our strategy are on two fronts. First is what we call greening finance, and the other is on financing green. So both use two similar words, opposite sides of the sentence. When we speak of greening finance, we look at how risks coming from nature and climate are minimized or taken, addressed or managed by banks and financial institutions, meaning their lending and investing activities that leads to deforestation, nature loss, etc. Make sure that these potential risks do not turn up to be actual risks in their lending and investing activities. The other part is financing green, which looks at how financial flows and produce outcomes that are net positive, both for climate and for nature. So every year we score the banks based on those two criteria, on the degree of integration by financial institutions of these two aspects. On the same track, we also work with the regulators. Jeffy is very much into that by scoring the legislations, the policies that we have with respect to incorporating ESG into the macroprudential work of the central banks. So that is a summary of what we do here in the region.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ed. I was going to say, I think we have a fantastic catchphrase for the Jeffy conference, financing green and greening finance. I'm sure we'll see that come up again in the future as well. Tata, talk to us about obviously the work that you do at Greenpeace, but also, you know, your role at Greenpeace and how that manifests in creating change across the region.
Thank you, Annie, for having me, and it's my pleasure to share here. My name is Tata Mustasia. I'm now a Greenpeace International Senior Campaign Strategist. Previously, I used to work for Greenpeace South Asia and Greenpeace Indonesia from 2016 to 2022 and 23, and since 2023 until now, I'm working with Greenpeace International. And yeah, actually, my role now is to support global campaign and also to support regions, in particular Southeast Asia and East Asia. And Greenpeace itself, we are working globally and also in Southeast Asia. We are working in the three areas for aiming to keep the temperature not exceeding 1.5 Celsius degree, and also to mitigate climate change. And we are working in the three areas actually now. The first is biodiversity. The second, we call it pillars. The first one is biodiversity. The second one, climate and energy. And the third one is socioeconomic. We are seeing these three pillars are the key for us to address climate change as our mandate. And in doing so, and globally and also in Southeast Asia, we are undertaking various activities from advocacy, non-violent direct action, research, policy lobby, and so on. And talking about Southeast Asia, Greenpeace is seeing Southeast Asia is really a key region, since there are a lot of challenges here, but at the same time, it means Southeast Asia provides the opportunity for us to address climate change. Southeast Asia, for instance, its economy is steadily growing now. And also, if we are talking about, for instance, energy demand, it is also growing. And this is our challenge. For instance, if we are talking about energy transition as one key part of climate change mitigation, then we really have urgent and important need to transition from fossil fuels to clean and renewable energy. So yeah, so I'm here in Greenpeace doing, I guess, one of the most exciting work, but also the most challenging work currently.
Thank you, Tata. As I say, I think it's a joy for me to be on the call with you. I think you're both doing such incredibly important work, but obviously it is incredibly challenging as well. We're seeing this all over the world, especially at the moment with some of the levels of, shall we say, political delinquency that are being exhibited. Let's talk about some of those challenges, specific to the region, but let's anchor them in the challenges that specifically civil society organizations, so the Greenpeaces of this world, the WWFs of this world. What are some of those challenges that organizations like those that you work for face when you are trying to engage with and work alongside the banks, the asset managers, and the insurers, so the finance industry? Within the region? I mean, Tata, I'm going to come to you first. What are some of those challenges that you have faced and that you are facing working with the industry in the region?
Actually, if we are talking about the challenge in dealing with the industry, for instance, private sector, including the finance sector, I think we are now still facing a big gap of objective of industry. I call it private sector compared to for instance, Greenpeace as a CSO. That private sector is still the mainstream one. Of course, there is improvement, better development, but the mainstream one, I guess, we still have a challenge that the private sector is still focusing on financial profit, and yeah, and on financial profit, and very little minimum attention to the aspect of environment. So I think that's our major challenge currently, and yeah, I think that's we are facing now if we are talking about the challenge. Yeah.
Thank you, Tata. And I think we'll come back to this because in what you've just described is a really, I think, quite a fundamental question. That is, what is profit, if not sustainable? So we'll come back to that in a minute. But Ed, similar question to you. What are some of the major sort of challenges that you have faced personally, but also that WWF has, some of the big challenges of working with the industry, but also where have you seen potential opportunities where both organizations come together in harmony, in agreement?
First, personally, I can speak from the Philippines. The Philippine financial institutions, unlike their foreign counterparts, are mostly regulatory driven. If we look at how our banks adhere to the new sustainability reporting guidelines, it will take a push from the regulator for them to act. I mean, they're not as outward looking or market driven as Singapore or Malaysia or other parts of Asia. Here it's very much, it takes a push from the central bank. And secondly, the reports that are coming out, the sustainability reports that are coming out are mostly very glossy, very positive. There are positive spins in those reports, and it sometimes leads us to suspect some greenwashing is happening. There's still a lack of transparency in terms of the risks, in terms of how they are greening the finance, so to speak. How they are allocating capital to brown versus green sectors. Hopefully the new reporting guidelines will address this, but until that time, when these new guidelines come out, we still have the business as usual of having reports becoming more like PR, publicity materials, not really for used by investors or critical reviewers of these investments. So I would say those are the two main problems that we have. So greenwashing, I think, is regional. It's not only unique to the Philippines, but it's regional because unless we have the same standards of reporting regionally, there's this disincentive to be the first mover when it comes to disclosing your risk, all the negative impacts that you have on your portfolio. So it takes standardized rules to equalize the playing field.
Yeah, absolutely, Ed, and you will both know this. I mean, unfortunately, greenwashing is not just a regional issue, it's a global issue. We're now seeing the polar opposite, which is green hushing, as a result of some of the political discourse, especially when we look a little further west. Some of the political discourse coming out, people now actually not talking about what they're doing, so it becoming quite difficult to work out exactly what is happening as well. So it's a challenging environment that we work in, and I think, you know, if we look at both the finance sector at large and then we look at government, government's role very much is to create that foundation, you know, the concrete bottom, the minimum set of rules, the minimum level of performance that we expect. And businesses then innovate. At least businesses should be innovating in then defining what the ceiling looks like as well. The challenge I think that we have with both financial institutions and governments is that often they're working at a slower pace than we might hope that they would be working at. You know, we don't often see the equivalent of polo ponies out there. And yet a lot of the organizations like Greenpeace, like WWF, tend to operate a little bit more at speed. You know, there's more pace, there's more urgency. That can cause tension between the sort of the three parties, actually, you know, the organizations like your good organizations that you work for, and then government and finance. How do you set about trying to reconcile some of those differences? And I'm going to ask you first, Ed, how do you work in that environment where there is real urgency for the changes that are required, and you're pushing and, you know, driving for those, but you're in an environment where both government and finance is a little slower, a little bit more sluggish?
Well, it took no less than a Mark Carney to tell the world that the tragedy of horizons is in place. I mean, businesses have 5 to 10 year time frames, but any inaction done now or failure to commit action now will have irreversible consequences in 2030, 2050, and especially 2100. So that the time horizons do not match. That's why there's a tendency for governments, especially the private sector, to foot drag. They call it kicking the cans, passing on the problem to the next group of board of directors and let them deal with it. So while I make the right pronouncements today, but I guess what needs to happen is these time horizons do differ, and the transition plans that are smart, meaning that are specific, realistic, and time-bound, should be in place, because that reconciles the different time horizons by both NGOs and government and also the corporates. So the emphasis on transition plans should be foremost. And these are pushed by civil society every April when we have the annual general membership meetings, especially for the banks who have still exposures in coal. So there is a intensification of the campaign during this time of the year, especially when the board of directors needs to hear from the shareholders what exactly the sentiments are. And I do emphasize that the church, 80% of the Filipinos are Catholics, and the church are one of the biggest influencers, if not one of the biggest depositors of church money in these banks. And the church is very much allied with the causes and the advocacies of the civil society organizations with respect to mining, coal, etc. They do play a big part in moving these banks towards fulfilling what the church leaders say as how banks should drive away capital from negative activities towards more positive nature positive activities. So the third encyclical Laudato Si, which was released by Pope Francis, gives good guidance on how the laity, the Catholic laity, responds to these different issues. And of course, banks have to sit and listen when the church begins to speak, because they do have a halo effect in this country. When they speak, it's really God speaking to them. So that's how the halo effect works out here. So
It's
there.
fascinating.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ed, that's fascinating, because you've raised, I think, a really, really important point here, which is about other stakeholders and influential stakeholders as well. And I want to, Tata, I want to come to you, because during COP16 in Cali in Colombia, and during the finance COPs, for example, in the recent one in Baku in Azerbaijan, we have seen, I think, a marked increase in the number of indigenous peoples coming to these events and trying to get, a seat at the table, trying to get their voices heard. And the message has been really, really loud and clear from them and from a range of other stakeholders, but specifically from them, that the human cost of inaction on climate and biodiversity is profound. And yet there are solutions, and there is wisdom in these communities that is just not being harnessed. At best and at worst, these communities obviously are being displaced as well. Do you think, this is quite a big question, Tata, and I apologize in advance, but do you think that the financial institutions and governments in the region, A, fully grasp the scale and the urgency of the crises we are in, but do you also think that there is enough work going on to engage with these communities, to really understand what is happening, and also to harness that collective wisdom?
I think current characteristic of climate action globally, but also regional in South Asia, is we see progress, sometimes significant, but it's still not far from sufficient. And also, I guess, if we are talking about the inclusiveness, if we are talking about the indigenous people as one of the most impacted group from climate change, there's still a huge gap of inclusion and inclusiveness, and also the action from the financial sector. I think we should see the fundamental problems of our current economic development, because we know that the current climate change is rooted in the current model of economic development. There are three things that we need to address. The first is we still not really take into account the externalities, the negative externalities from our economic development, including, of course, investment, financing. We still we don't take into account in sufficiently the negative externalities, for instance, for indigenous people, for our biodiversity, for our climate. The second one is there is no freedom of opportunity, and also it is also related to indigenous people as well. For instance, economic development is being conducted in one area, and it doesn't really involve the indigenous groups. And the third one, I think this is the problem in South Asia as well, is we see many times that the regulatory process, policy making is driven by vested interests. So I think there are two things that we need to address to really make fundamental change in our efforts to tackle climate change.
Perfect. Thank you, Tata. I want to ask you both quite a big question now, which is around the opportunities. So what has worked? We know there are a lot of challenges. We know that working with the finance system, no matter where you are in the world, but working with the finance system comes with a unique set of challenges for organizations like those that you both represent. But where have you seen it work? What works? Ed, I'll come to you first, actually. Oh, Ed, you're on mute.
Yeah, there is evidence that financial flows goes into sectors when there are financial incentives involved. And the case is true for renewables. When we implemented the FIT, the tariff, feed-in tariffs in the Philippines, so that gives incentives for investors to enter into new space. And over time, the rates were at par with market, so those incentives were removed after such time. So that's how markets work in areas, new areas, in pioneering areas. And we see this will happen also in other sectors such as EVs, in mass transportations, in power generation. So the public-private partnership program in the Philippines is quite very mature, and in water, tollways, in other infrastructure sectors, the private sector has come in a big way. Now we just need to expand this to other sectors, especially sectors that deal with climate adaptation, because that's where the focus of the government lies, and that's where most of our losses are coming from. So those are areas which are now being the focus of private sector investments, and how economic incentives could be in place to be able to attract these types of investment, but not only locally, but from outside the country. So there's sufficient experience from the part of policymakers to learn the lessons of the past and make use of these lessons to expand investments in other areas. So I think that's key in attracting private capital. So I'll stop there.
Thanks, Ed. You've raised actually something really interesting, which is this notion of public-private partnerships. And I was talking to the UN team, actually, the country team down in Colombia a couple of weeks ago, about precisely this. So Tata, I wanted to ask you the role of the multilateral development banks in stimulating some of these public-private partnerships and the opportunity they play in potentially de-risking some of the investment opportunities down there. How significant a role do you think they are currently playing kind of within the region versus what they could play? And do you think that is one opportunity in which we can stimulate greater proactivity and greater levels of engagement?
I think if we see the potential role of multilateral development banks in Southeast Asia, it has a big potential because what we need in Southeast Asia is signal. I mean, also from global level that we are really shifting. So we need we in South Asia need to see the real shift. I mean, the signal from the global level, and I think to some extent it can be reflected in, for instance, financing from from multilateral organization, multilateral development banks in Southeast Asia, then I believe it can then shift the financing by private sector internationally and domestically. Also, since the main challenge of the acceleration of climate action in Southeast Asia, I guess now it's no longer about awareness. The awareness is much improved compared, for instance, 10 years ago, and it's still improving. The gap is in financing, and if we are talking more specific, then it's in innovative financing. How Southeast Asia can finance our transition innovatively, and I think this is something that can be played by multilateral development banks. And then the gap is also in the signal, in the clear signal that global community that and also Southeast Asia is really moving toward green sector, for instance, in the energy sector, toward clean and renewable energy. Now it's still mixed. For instance, I criticize the current financing from multilateral development banks, that in many ways they support green sector, but at the same time still support, for instance, fossil fuel. So it provides mixed signals for the public, for financiers, for investors that is not really in line with the acceleration of climate action, because our need now is not climate change, not only climate change mitigation, but also the accelerated climate change mitigation. I think that's the point.
Yeah, thank you, Tata. We're in an environment at the moment where I mentioned before, you know, there are some significant levels of political delinquency, and you know, historically there has been I think a default that we look west for leadership and we look west for innovation. There is an opportunity with a lot of what we are hearing, a lot of what we are seeing, for new climate leaders to be coming through on a global stage. And that's exciting because we need that, frankly. We need everybody to be leading here. But when you think about the financial institutions and the policymakers in the region against the current backdrop of political delinquency, and obviously this runway through to COP30 in Belém in Brazil, which is going to be interesting, I think is probably the understatement of the century. I think, you know, all eyes are on Belém. Recognizing that environment, if you had one thing that you were going to ask financial institutions and policymakers in the region to focus on, to put all of their energy in, to accelerate the solutions for the climate and biodiversity crisis, what would it be and why? So Ed, I'm going to come to you first. Sorry, big question, Ed.
Well, if you won't help, then just step out of the way. So let others lead. So that's how I think it should happen. So I think that's happening. The political delinquency is a 6-year or 8-year delinquency, and it will soon. It is a temporary glitch, because the world, the long-term view has not changed. There's still some exigency. It's still an existential threat. I get whether you are from any part of the world, that existential threat will threaten you wherever you are, and governments will just have to toe the line and follow the consensus, the multilateral way of moving forward. So that's how I take it.
Thank you, Ed. And Tata, to you. Oh, Tata, you're on mute.
There are two things. The first one, the developed countries, we call it also the global north, I think still need to be accountable for climate change mitigation globally. So this is not charity, but this is part of the accountability from polluting, let's say, the countries in global north and also industries. The second one, I agree that now we in the region, for instance, in South Asia, need leadership, regional leadership, and also country national leadership, and also global south cooperation. So, for instance, we need to see the opportunity to work with, to collaborate with China, for instance, or with Middle East, for instance, for green transition. And also there is a key for us in Southeast Asia, me from Indonesia, to see that climate change mitigation, climate action is also our national interest. So it's not like the interest of developed countries, the global north, but also our national interest, because currently climate change is not only the issue of environment, but also humanity and economic issue. Ed call it our existential. So it will affect our welfare, our economy. We can see in the last survey from World Economic Forum, in the next 10 years, 5 out of 10 global risks, the highest one is categorized as environmental risk. So I think that we need to do, and for this we need collaboration from industries, from the government, from academics, economists, think tank, media, and yeah, all stakeholders basically.
Tata, Ed, thank you so much. We have come to the end of our session. I could talk to you for hours, and Tata, we could probably talk for another good couple of hours on China and the role of China, obviously in the region. We're not going to. We have run out of time. That was full of really interesting insights and wisdoms, and I think some of what we picked up there was the opportunity for broader stakeholder engagement, recognizing the broader nature of stakeholders, whether, Ed, it's the faith-based community and the faith-based investors, in the Philippines and more broadly throughout the region. Tata, talking about, collaboration with China, leadership with the Middle East, new networks, new alliances, new platforms for collaboration, huge amount of opportunities there. I think I'm gonna leave the audience with a couple of things. I'm going to riff off a couple of things that you've said, Ed. It is very clear that in the region and globally, we need to green finance and we need to finance green. And you're either going to step up and do that, or you're going to get out of the way. And I think on that basis, we will thank the audience for obviously tuning in, encourage everybody to just keep at it, keep doing what you are doing, be bold, be courageous. The world, the region needs you to be. Recognize that there is a lot of interest in your part of the region. There's a lot of exciting opportunity that's going on there. You have incredible people like Ed and Tata to call down on, for wisdom, for insights, for that, much needed collaboration. So keep the faith, keep the strength, and keep going. And on that basis, Ed, Tata, thank you so much again for your time. And back to you, Shireen.
Thank you, Amy and colleagues. It was an interesting discussion to learn about the different engagement strategies of Greenpeace and WWF and how they work with finance. Building on this theme, we now turn to the perspective of global financial institutions, hearing about their experiences operating and doing business in Southeast Asia. This exciting panel will be moderated by Amanda Young, former Chief Sustainability Officer at Aberdeen. Over to you, Amanda.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our session. Thank you for the introduction, Shireen. And we are now moving on to the Investing in ASEAN session, the perspectives from global financial institutions. I am absolutely delighted today to be joined by two experts, Diana Tang, who is a Director of Sustainable Finance in APAC, ING, and Adrian Rimmer, who is from the London Stock Exchange Group. And they are both going to bring us some really interesting perspectives on the region. As we know, sustainable finance has really taken off in Europe, being the home of sustainability and sustainable finance. We are now seeing a growth in particularly green finance around the world, and specifically in APAC. So I'd love to just introduce you quickly to our panelists. Adrian works for LSEG in sustainable finance and capital markets, and he works with the customers to support their transition to sustainable and low carbon business models. Diana is a director in ING's APAC Sustainable Finance team based in Singapore, and she's responsible for the origination and structuring of sustainable finance solutions for corporate and institutional clients across APAC. So welcome both of you, Diana and Adrian, to our panel session today.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Right, I'm going to kick off, and I'd like to ask you both just a really quick opening question, kind of set the scene. Diana, let's start with you. How is ING working to ensure that its green and sustainable financing innovation strategies not only support the transition to a low carbon economy, but foster inclusivity and resilience across Asia's diverse economies?
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. I think when we talk about green financing, sustainable financing, traditionally there's been a lot of focus on the E part of the E, S, and G. I think what we're trying to do is really to consider the S elements. Even when we're doing, let's say, a green project, if it's a renewable energy transaction, if it's a construction of a hydropower plant, for example, we need to consider the social elements besides the governance. So, for example, looking at the impact on the community surrounding the project, besides providing employment opportunities, the more serious issues are, what sort of impact is it driving for the communities? What are the grievance mechanisms? How do companies and projects address that? So it's an inclusive approach where we're not just looking at the environmental elements, but also on the social justice points. We do have frameworks in the market, such as the Equator Principles. I think it provides a consistent set of approaches for banks, for lenders, and for investors to look at it from this lens. The second point I'll talk about quite quickly is really about the growth of sustainable loans and bonds. So when we say sustainable in the loan and bond market, it really means green and social. We're seeing an increase in the social issuances from both loan and bond perspectives, and this is really driven in ASEAN. You see there's a lot of investment in infrastructure, etc. How do we classify this? I think there's a lot more thought in the market as to how investors look at this, but happy to expand more later.
Thank you. Adrian, so if we should come on to you, LSEG plays an important role in connecting global capital markets and the emerging markets. I mean, it's a really kind of a really core role that it plays. So what are the challenges that Southeast Asian companies face when they're raising capital? Because obviously the regions are really quite different.
Yeah. Well, and I think you've hit the nail on the head with exactly that point. This is not a homogenous region, and we need to look at a range of issues around the availability of consistent data sets, some very practical issues which we talk about around FX, and really ensuring that investors that have want exposure either to the region or thematically from other markets around the world can deploy that capital effectively and efficiently. And I think one of the roles that we like to play is really both in terms of ensuring that our markets are fit for purpose. We have investors from all over the world deploying capital via London, but into geographies everywhere. But also other parts of our group are very much focused on ensuring that the There are data sets available for investors to compare and contrast investments, to understand them, to perform due diligence. And so the role we play helps to kind of address some of those key challenges around understanding how capital is deployed, how that is hedged, how you can bring together vehicles that can aggregate thematic investments, and we'll talk about some of those later. But I think it was great to hear Diana talk about the just transition, and it's certainly something that we have a key focus on when we're thinking about some of the new areas that we'll talk about later around carbon markets, for example, and how they can be leveraged, but not only to attract capital, but also to ensure there is that communities benefit from the financing that takes place within countries.
I think that's a really interesting point to touch on, because the data sets around social become quite challenging. It's not quite the same as climate, where you can get a lot more consistency. Perhaps what we can do for the next half an hour or so is just focus on maybe some of the opportunities and then some of the challenges that we're facing in the region. Now, the Southeast Asian nations risk underinvestment if their transition, if they cannot attract the capital from outside of the region. Diana, what policies and regulations are needed to create this sort of environment? What are the opportunities that you see at ING from countries that you're not currently active in, or even you're active in before lending to these various projects?
I think one of the keywords I would use would be consistency. When we say consistency, I think that relates to a consistent approach on policies and regulations. Whenever there is a lot of uncertainty, we do observe that financing timelines get delayed, projects get postponed if there are delays on things like permitting, etc. Within the region, we are seeing very good numbers coming up from certain investments in certain sectors. For example, in the Philippines, investments in clean energy has really surged. Some of the supportive sort of policies that we're observing would be they have incentives for financial institutions to deploy more funds into certain sectors of the economy. They have got policies to spur sustainable finance issuances, because one of the questions we do get quite often is, why are there not more capital incentives to lower the cost of capital if the transactions are, to facilitate transition, whether it's in energy or decarbonization initiatives. So we do see certain sort of supportive policies to attract sustainable financing. In the Philippines, the government has come out and said, if you issue a sustainable bond, you can lower the capital reserve requirement from 3% progressively to 0%. And that then, starts people thinking, look, how do I tap into such measures to help drive, activities? From a other perspective, I would say we need to consider maybe how we can bring in additional sources of liquidity into capital structures. I think one of the points that Adrian's touched on is how do you bring together different sets of vehicles. So when we look at the funding structures, a lot of the financings within the region is still very bank driven. So it's provided on bilateral basis, clubs or syndicated loans. If we look at financing massive infrastructure and transition investments, how do you actually have an equitable share of the risk? Perhaps in the beginning, when the risk is higher, you may have certain banks co-funding alongside multilaterals. And we can talk a bit about, I think Adrian will touch upon maybe some other points in terms of credit enhancements. The reality is there could be other sources of liquidity who wants to invest, but they may not have the capacity to be doing due diligence on every single project out there. So what you could then have is, after a few years, maybe when the project is already operating and the risk is lower, could you do securitizations, bring in innovative financing mechanisms, spread the risk out, get more players coming in, free up capital so that we're not locking in capital, free up the capital, let others come in and participate, and you then broaden the entire pool of financing that's available. So those are just some considerations.
There's obviously quite a lot of challenge to match all these different markers, but there seems to be some real innovative things happening. Adrian, if we think about credit ratings, they continue to hold emerging economies back from accessing cheap capital. And, you know, Diana's already touched on some actually of innovation to try and encourage people to come in with their capital. What role do guarantees play in helping country finance that transition? And can you tell us more about the Green Guarantee Company, or the GC, another acronym in this wonderful world of acronyms, and what you think this might achieve?
Yes, of course. Yeah, guarantees do play a really valuable role in this market, and actually, you know, the Green Guarantee Company is a really good example of that. You know, and literally was almost exactly a year ago today that was launched here at the London Stock Exchange. What's interesting about that is today I just came before this session from the launch of the Climate Investment Fund's Capital Markets Mechanism, which is another mechanism via which we're looking to, or the World Bank in this case, is looking to accelerate climate funding by sort of front-loading future reflows from other parts of their market. So we see, I guess that's a really good example of how innovation is just consistently occurring in this market to try and make capital flow. But the GGC in particular is really about providing investment-grade guarantees to improve the credit ratings of borrowers in emerging markets. And so by doing so to be able to crowd in private capital. So they launched and they had an initial $100 million of capital from organizations like the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, from the Green Climate Fund, and a number of other countries. And their goal is really to provide $1 billion worth of guarantees or to finance $1 billion of capital flows against that. And so, you know, and again, the way that's been designed is to cover both a variety of public and private debt instruments. So, you know, the sort of green and sustainable bonds, we're very familiar with the use of proceeds bonds, but also project bonds, securitizations, sukuk, which is very important, particularly in the ASEAN region, and private placements. So really to look across a wealth of debt instruments, and with a focus on climate investments across, you know, again, the full spectrum of activities from energy access, buildings and industrial decarbonisation, as well as, you know, a small portion allocated to things like land use and forestry. Focus countries in ASEAN terms: Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam. So we're seeing, you know, the right level of focus. And I guess the way that it works is essentially there are partners to the GGC, which originate transactions. And then there are a number of stages of review that goes through. So review and challenge, due diligence, and importantly, assistance provided to address any gaps that are identified. So again, capacity building is really important. And that's important that they are part of these processes to help ensure that the next transaction and the next transaction are stronger still. And ultimately, they will then provide a guarantee based upon that. So that's extremely helpful in crowding in private sector investment, and it's reflected in what we've seen, both those transactions that are guaranteed, but more generally in Asia, it gives confidence to a market more broadly than just the guarantees are allocated. You know, we now have over nearly 140 bonds in the Asia Pacific region, including ASEAN, that have raised over $57 billion. So, you know, we see that as an enabler that's really important. And it's not just GGC, there are other guarantees facilities as well, but they perform a key role in enabling access to capital from around the world.
Great. I'd like to also just stay on challenges at the moment before we move on to some of the opportunities, because you've already talked very optimistically about some of the challenges and actually how they're being addressed. But Diana, if I come to you, what would you say the largest challenge in the region is at the moment in terms of galvanizing capital?
When I mentioned consistency just now, I think Adrian's touched a couple of points on data. One of the key challenges would be if you look at who's putting money, into projects across the region. These investors are based in many, many countries across the world where they now have mandatory disclosure requirements. So if they're going to invest in something, they need to be able to measure. When I say measure, it's not just about the financial implications, but it's also about the ESG implications. This is not even anything to do with sustainable financing. because this is not about green or sustainable financing. If you want to have financing, you want investments, you will need to be able to provide the underlying data. So I think that's one of the biggest issues. If people invest and they can't really tell, and from a legal perspective, they now need to disclose, it just means that they're going to mark out the investment and say, look, you don't have the data that I need, and I need it for regulatory reasons. So a lot of companies now have to start preparing. How do you measure it? What protocols are you using? What methodologies you're using? You need to ensure that this is easily understood. It's accurate, it can be relied on.
That's great. And Adrian, from your perspective, you've just talked about some of the tools that are being used, but are there any really big challenges in terms of that you see from your perspective, Elseg?
Yeah, I think what we still see is a need for ongoing education of bankers, both in developing markets and actually in developed countries too. So we see that a lack of expertise. There are some great and very experienced green bond teams now. That's become quite mainstreamed, and therefore most banks have that capability and are more experienced at that. And we're seeing the benefits of that in terms of scaling up. On the equity side, not so much. And so one of the things we spend a lot of our time doing is really helping convene different groups to help them share both the perspectives on what the challenges are, but also educate them, bringing together those that have real strong expertise regionally or in particular thematic areas, and helping them understand that. I think that capacity building of expertise, of experience, to make it easier to do these deals than to do an alternative, less green deal, I think is an important part of that. And risk appetite is something that will really help address that. Banks, as they start to think about requirements for data, requirements to see transition plans, that will feed into credit committees, and that will mean that people have to understand those factors, and it will be harder to do deals that don't have those. So I think, exactly as Diane was saying, there's a sort of carrot and stick here, in terms of creating incentives and guarantees that provide flows, but also requirements that will ensure that those seeking capital have to provide additional data is going to be critical.
So I've got a cheeky question I'm going to throw in here. Neither of you have been prepared for this, but I think it's really hard not to talk at the moment in sustainable investing and sustainable finance, not to mention the change of regime in the political regime in the US. Do you think that's going to impact, very briefly, do you think that might impact anything positive or negatively, given the anti-ESG and green sentiment coming out of the Trump administration? Diana?
I think from my perspective, if we look at maybe some of the suppliers in the region who are part of the value chain of some of the companies who might be implicated, I think you might see certain contingencies that they will need to plan for. But if you look at the region itself, I think what's quite encouraging to see is, the need for energy is strong. Population is relatively young. There is a lot of domestic demand. If you look at energy security, a lot of the countries themselves need the energy, and it's not just for exporting industrial processes, EV transition, etc. A lot of it is going to be intra-ASEAN, intra-Asian as well. So there will certainly be implications. But when we look at ESG and transition planning, it is what they're going to have to do for business anyway, regardless of who's in the regime. They will need to plan for it.
And that's quite a lot of people I've been speaking to in the industry at the moment are reiterating the same thing. We still need to transition, and there is still a big green movement. Adrian, from your perspective as a global company and obviously with a big American presence, have you got any takes on whether you think this is going to be a good or bad or slow things up?
Look, I think ultimately, exactly as has been said, the reality is renewable energy is a cheap form of energy now, right? So if you're looking to provide energy to your population, it's the obvious part of your choice, right? So notwithstanding, the ability to, in certain markets where there's plentiful coal, the reality is in most markets, wind and solar are the cheapest form of energy. So I don't see that slowing down. I think, between Europe and Asia and China in particular, you're going to see, again, a continued focus on those greener industries. And we're also seeing a real focus on getting data. So ISSB regulation associated with providing, again, this is climate data rather than social, but I think we'll see that pull a broader swathe of ESG data requirements through in terms of mainstream reporting from companies within the region. And so it's going to be a requirement if you're trading into the EU. It's going to be a requirement if you're working with most international companies still. They want to understand risk in their supply chains. So I see there are some obvious places where finance may not flow, in terms of areas like the Green Climate Fund, where there may be, there's some of its access to capital from the US may be constricted for some time. But the reality is the commercial incentive around this exists. People want to transition. People want to move to lower carbon business models. They need to report. And so the reality is we'll see that continue. And I think there really is potentially an opportunity around this as well, which is to make these disclosure requirements more appropriate to different regions. Often it's been large Western companies dictating the disclosure requirements. And actually, there's an opportunity now to move sort of ground up, really, to say, well, actually, this is what's material from the perspective of the producers of these products and raw materials, and maybe to improve the sources of data and the types of data that are disclosed as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that. Now I'm quite keen to kind of really focus on some of the opportunities that we're seeing in the region. So just a really simple question for both of you. What are the most attractive sectors in the Southeast Asia at the moment for investment? Where are you seeing those? Where are you seeing the real opportunities that lie? Diana, do you want to touch on that one? And then we'll give Adrian a chance to answer.
Sure. I would be remiss if I did not mention digital infrastructure from a financing perspective. There's a lot of transactions out in the market. There's a lot of talk about it. So I think infrastructure as a theme is quite key. You've got the usual transport infrastructure. When we look at roads, the investments being made into roads, rail, maritime, it's something that sometimes we don't talk enough about. There is a lot of focus on decarbonization of those sectors. How do you bring in more clean transportation to support the theme of the increased urbanization trends across the region? How do you get some cars off the road, put rail in, put metros in? It's not perfect, but you need to think about that. From a digital infrastructure perspective, I think some interesting themes is obviously data centers, top of mind for many investors and lenders in the region. But besides data center, I think we would talk about the rollout of fiber, also the shift from 4G to 5G. When we talk to corporates and FIs around the region, we discuss the implications. So if you have got 4G to 5G or you roll out fiber, you do enhance digital inclusion. You do see in certain countries in ASEAN, there are certain constraints in terms of access to perhaps healthcare. And through the use of tele-consulting, you're able to manage some of this and drive some of these benefits. We see that, I think, in 2024, some interesting statistics that we saw was the Southeast Asian region attracted more than 30 billion in AI infrastructure investment in the first half of 2024 alone. You start seeing more sea cables because of the need for data. It's a young population, very internet savvy. And very high smartphone penetration rates as well. So these are some of the attractive areas. We did not talk about renewable energy, but I think we spent a lot of time talking about renewable energy today.
Great. What's your take, Adrian? Where are the opportunities?
Well, I'd echo that, and obviously Diana's, at the forefront of actually providing the capital. We provide the venues that capital is raised through. I think I would just add to that, and I'd certainly endorse the piece around AI and digital infrastructure, really as an enabler to a lot of sustainability solutions. What we've seen is real interest on the equity side here. So we talked a little earlier about the fixed income markets and the growth and the spectacular growth we've seen in sustainable bonds and vehicles. But actually on the equity side, we're seeing a lot of interest in vehicles like listed investment trusts that can invest into underlying illiquid assets. So exactly those things: renewable infrastructure, transport, etc. So they provide investors in London with a liquid investment vehicle, an equity vehicle that is in turn investing into infrastructure. So it gives them liquid access to an illiquid underlying investment. And again, those have been hugely successful. I mean, they're 120, 150-year-old instrument, and were used to finance a lot of the infrastructure in Europe and the US back in the day. And I think we're now seeing those applied to emerging markets in a really meaningful way. And I think that's quite an interesting development in terms of the way we're seeing that growth.
Sorry. You've also touched on technology. Diana, I've got a couple of questions for you. The first is you talked about the growth of data centers, which is interesting, but we also know how carbon intensive data centers are. So any technology innovation to help with that, but also, in your view, what can technology and innovation do to contribute to make projects more financially viable and attractive?
If you talk about data centers, I think what's also interesting is it is in turn driving the take-up of renewable energy around ASEAN, because a lot of the off-takers, especially the hyperscale ones, they have a strong focus in saying, look, I will only take a project up if you can give me renewable energy, because I'm going to need that. I need high reliability. But what we also observe would be how they bring others in the supply chain. So it depends on which sectors we're talking about. If you have got some TMT players who are off-takers of such data centers, they might come in to procure large amounts and confirm, look, they will backstop the purchase of renewable power, but they also want to do it at a price that is attractive for their suppliers. So they bring their suppliers with them. They provide such access to other ecosystem players by leveraging on their strength as a large purchaser. So we do see some interesting schemes. This is where, when we say disclosure, it starts becoming very tricky if you talk about supply chain, but these are some tangible ways as to how some of these players can innovate and make certain projects more viable by providing access to either a lower or more competitive cost of financing, or cost of funds, or operating costs for their supply chain. So that's one example.
Great. I mean, LSEG is not in necessarily the trading side of things in terms of actually allocating finance, but you're there to facilitate the finance. Are you seeing anything from your perspective that where technology can really help with moving that capital into more transition companies?
Yeah, I think we're very much seeing that. So one of the things that my colleagues in our FTSE Russell business have done is create what we could call a green revenues data model. So as part of the ESG data that they gather on companies, they gather data on green revenues. Now, that's really important, because this shows where the rubber's hitting the road, in the sense of which companies are making revenues from green products and services, and not just the kind of obvious renewables type stuff, but a wide range of different activities. And it allows investors who have a thematic interest in supporting these solutions to start deploying capital. We applied it on our own market to create a green economy mark, which is an equity classification for any company that makes more than half its revenues from green products and services. And we're seeing that applied in other markets as well. I think that's a really helpful piece of data to track alongside the kind of the capex and opex in these areas. But also, I think there's some other interesting areas. So Bursa Malaysia, to take a good example, has launched a platform called Sustainability Intelligence. And what's really interesting about that is that, actually, this is something we developed for them, but this allows their companies listed on the markets to disclose in line with ISSB. So it actually helps them disclose more easily against the requirements that are coming into that market. But really importantly, and to the point that Diana was making, it is a way that those companies can ask for data from their supply chains, and they can ask those companies if they want help. So it actually enables them both to seek accurate Scope 3 data, for example, and build accurate Scope 3 data by asking direct questions for data from those companies, but also to say, look, how can we, as a major customer of yours, provide and support you to decarbonize your business, for example? And so it really starts binding those supply chains together in a much more robust way, helping strengthen those, and using the balance sheets of those very large companies to support the decarbonization of smaller companies and support the capacity to make change within those companies. I think those are really key areas where technology can make that possible, where it would have been almost impossible prior to that.
Great. I think that's really interesting, and it's really interesting to see how technology can be helping drive some of this, some of the finance in green and sustainable activities. Now, Southeast Asia is home to two of the three, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines, world's 17 mega diverse countries. So this is moving a little bit more in less about clean energy and more about biodiversity, which I think is an increasingly interesting area for investors. So with the operationalization of Article 6 announced at COP29, what opportunities will the carbon markets create in attracting investment as well as protecting biodiversity in the Southeast East Asian region? Specifically, Diana, financing, cross-border financing in this region and the different activities that are happening. Perhaps you can touch on that and give us your views.
Okay. From a financing perspective, I think obviously there are investment opportunities. You see a lot of demand coming from companies. So you do see a lot of corporate participation because they themselves have got net zero targets. So they could be potential investors of projects themselves, or be the buyers of any credits or offsets that are generated. From a financial incentive perspective, there's an opportunity to create more equitable sort of benefit sharing with the local communities. If you've got consistent sets of standards across the region globally, you do see a bit more financial incentives to perhaps protect these ecosystems. A lot of the local sites are generally safeguarded perhaps by local communities. How do you bring them in? What sort of opportunities do you create for those alongside community engagement and participation? One thing maybe I would also like to highlight would be with the operationalization of Article 6, we do think that there is actually, it's a positive driver to perhaps drive a bit more political will at the national level to do a bit more mapping to see what opportunities there are and consider how they may integrate this into legislation. For example, I think we observed from the UK, they have a biodiversity net gain law for any new developers who are looking at perhaps infrastructure projects, housing, etc. They actually now need to ensure that the projects result in a 10% net gain in biodiversity. And it means that the natural habitat must be left in a better state than prior to the development. So this then matters because it raises funding for conservation, etc. We think this could be an interesting theme to watch in the coming years.
So from an LSEG perspective, Adrian, we touched on biodiversity, but perhaps you can bring in some social elements as well, because these are two kind of growing areas of interest. What are the emerging social issues? And often that's linked with either climate change or biodiversity. And, how is LSEG addressing that within its...
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's the really exciting thing about carbon markets as a financing tool, right? So fundamentally, they are about results for delivery of decarbonisation activity. But on top of that, these projects have to, through the rules that are built around them in terms of the way that they are designed, built and managed, they have to maximise or look for ways to maximise social and other environmental co-benefits, as they're known, and to ensure that those the communities in which the projects take place are benefiting from those activities and have a say in how they are designed and managed on an ongoing basis. So the way that standards have been built around the carbon markets from the very early days of the Kyoto Protocol and the UN Clean Development Mechanism through to what's been really the only game in town until recently, the voluntary carbon market, which has a huge role to play and is already playing a huge role in ASEAN countries as elsewhere. And then the operationalization of Article 6, which really creates a proper international regulatory framework that's been sorely missing, has the opportunity to really create scale around that. Now, I would say and to the point that Diana made as well, this is a huge source of capital. Now, Indonesia has vast carbon stocks, and it is providing those are providing a service to all of us. So it's right that there is a value put upon those stocks. It's also a source, and the Indonesian government is actively looking at ways of using carbon finance to support reforestation. So not just conservation, but reforesting areas that have been lost previously. And again, carbon finance can deliver that and really support the communities in involving them in delivering that, managing those forests, ensuring they are biodiverse, ensuring that we're not creating monocultures, but actually we're creating livable, productive land. And then around that, you've got new methodologies around agriculture and other forms of land use. So again, they directly support communities in the way that they're done. But more than that, you've got an opportunity to use carbon finance to attract in capital. So it's not just about carbon stocks and putting a value as you would the coal beneath them, but it's also about looking at attracting finance to industrial decarbonisation, but also energy access. So you'll gather from my enthusiasm, this is a mechanism that has huge potential, but also the governance that's been baked in. There is criticism of carbon markets, but often that comes from those who don't really understand how markets work, and all of the depth of data that is gathered and required to be gathered around the way that projects are managed. I mean, we can improve upon that. We talked about technology. I think digitization of data, digitization of monitoring, reporting, and verification, combining satellite data with on-the-ground proofing of data and community engagement, all those things together can make that system stronger. But it is a vast source of finance that can touch communities directly and allow them to really add a new income stream to the way that they are living their lives and improve their access to all sorts of services. So, we're very excited about that. We created what we call our carbon market designation, our VCM designation, which is for equity vehicles that are investing into carbon projects. And the purpose of that was to use the vast pools of capital in London that want to be deployed into climate action, to be deployed in emerging markets and developing countries, but do so in a way that gives investors greater transparency of what's being done, some eligibility criteria around the types of activity, and ensuring these social benefits, for example, are delivered, and that any claims made associated with them are delivered upon and measured associated with the way that the investments are gathered. And then to distribute dividends in the form of carbon credits to investors. So suddenly you can crowd in corporate capital from those companies who have a compliance or a voluntary commitment to buying and compensating for their emissions. So really, I think the key thing here is, how do you take a nascent but really powerful tool, leverage the engagement of the UN's mechanism here, and then link financial infrastructure and public markets governance to make these things really work at scale. So it's an exciting time for that market.
That is brilliant. And it actually brings us to the end of our session. So we've got 2 minutes. So you need to be quick, but I'm going to ask you a final question before I wrap up. And that is, in 60 seconds, what would you like to see change to unlock investment in the Southeast Asian region? Diana, go first.
A lot of things on my wish list, but I think a regional power grid in ASEAN is something that I think would unlock investment. Right now, with growing energy demand in the region, if there is a regional power grid, and you do see, certain projects taking off between different countries, we would see. I believe that we would see this attracting more foreign direct investments, because if there is an uncertainty in the stability of availability of power, that creates a lot more uncertainties.
Great. Regional power grid. Love it. Adrian, what have you got for us in 60 seconds?
Firstly, I couldn't agree more. I think that is that infrastructure is key. I'll take it back to data in that case, which and really talk about things like leveraging things like the GEMS risk database. So looking at ways in which we can aggregate information from the success rates and the risk associated with lending into emerging markets, developing countries, make it available and accessible and consistent, so that investors can actually look and see whether the credit ratings they're applying or the credit risk factors they're applying are appropriate, and hopefully identify the fact that often we're over-allocating or over-allocating risk to these activities and countries, and more finance can flow if we can do better credit ratings.
Brilliant. Diana, thank you so much. Adrian, thank you so much, both of you, for joining us. It's been really interesting. My key takeaways is, a drive for consistency, clearly from a data, but also reporting mechanism is key. And I think we'll definitely see a much bigger convergence. We've clearly got, the other key takeaway for me is some real innovation happening in the region to try and galvanize capital. And it's great to see some of the governments in the region really trying to think innovatively in terms of how they can get foreign investment in not just to clean energy, but to support biodiversity and social communities. So thank you very much for joining us at this session. It's been a great time to chat to you, and we will hand over and conclude today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amanda. It was great to gain insights into ASEAN's key sectors, attracting investment and the challenges global institutions encounter. Building on this, as we approach the final sessions of the summit, we now turn to the vital role Islamic finance can play in advancing inclusivity and sustainability across ASEAN. Stella Cox, CBE, the Managing Director of DD-CAP Group, will now lead a discussion on the role of Islamic finance and sustainability. Stella and colleagues from the Gatehouse and MBSB, welcome to Ethical Finance ASEAN 2025. Stella, the virtual floor is now yours.
It's my pleasure and privilege to have been invited to moderate this Ethical Finance ASEAN 2025 fireside chat focusing on Islamic finance and sustainability. The Islamic financial industry is displaying an ever-increasing focus and commitment to the various facets of sustainable finance. Environmental, social, and governance factors, whether you look at them as one or whether you look at them individually, have been of elevating importance within the various banking and finance communities, with each one looking at ways to embed them across transactions and portfolios and into operating infrastructures, whilst regulators and central banks have been working to codify ESG requirements to promote transparency and to push towards standardization. With recognition and awareness of global strategic direction, the Islamic financial industry has sought to align its sustainability approaches with international standard setting within its policy formation, as well as its financial practices, and has extended its connectivity to the Global Financial Sustainability Summit COP, with COP27 and COP28 having been hosted in Egypt and the UAE respectively, whilst COP29 was hosted in Azerbaijan in November last year. At COP28 in the United Arab Emirates in 2023, the exploration of the Islamic and sustainable finance nexus moved from sideline, where it was introduced at COP27 in Scotland, to main event for the first time. Having demonstrated through the discussions and debates of COP28 that progress was insufficiently slow across all areas of climate action in the preceding 24 months, countries responded collectively with a decision on how to accelerate climate action by 2030, based upon a review of every element under negotiation, with the objective of enabling countries to develop stronger climate action plans. Muslim majority country governments were more proactive in their participation than ever before, with an acceptance of the necessity of transition beginning to feature strongly in policy formation and the development of supporting law and regulation. So last year, according to the London Stock Exchange Group's data, green and sustainability Sukuk reached over $15 billion, a total of 6.2% of total Sukuk issuance, which represented 1.8% of total ESG bonds issued in 2024, and marked another record year for our sector, reflecting a 14% year-on-year growth. And it was interesting to note that green Sukuk value, as a share overall of ESG Sukuk issuance, actually reduced from 58% of the total, where it stood in 2023, to 31% in 2024, as sustainability Sukuk re-established momentum. Looking across asset classes, by the end of 2024, the total value of ESG-aligned Sharia funds was pushing towards $10 billion, an increase of 21% on the previous year. Although modest, the growth outpaced that of the mainstream Islamic fund universe, which itself increased by 17%. And amongst the OIC countries, Malaysia and Saudi Arabia led in terms of assets under management within ESG Sharia funds. But products are now also domiciled outside of OIC, and that includes in the UK, USA, Ireland, Luxembourg, and Hong Kong. Amongst ESG screened Sharia compliant equities, nearly half are listed in non-OIC countries, including the UK, the US, and India, with US listed equities accounting for over 25% of that total. Malaysian ESG Sharia screened stocks lead in Muslim majority markets, representing 6.8% of the total. So just following that little bit of context for the conversation that I'm about to have, it's indeed an honour and a privilege to introduce Charles Haresnate to this fireside discussion on Islamic finance and sustainability. Charles is the Chief Executive Officer at Gatehouse Bank, which he joined in 2017. Prior to joining Gatehouse, Charles was Group Managing Director at Aldermore Bank from 2011. And before he joined Aldermore, he worked at Connells, one of the UK's largest estate agency groups. And there he was Group Mortgage Services Director. Charles has worked for a number of other household names in the UK banking and building society sectors, including Nationwide and HBOS, where he was a senior executive responsible for mortgage sales and portfolio acquisitions. He's been Deputy Chairman of the Council of Mortgage Lenders and Chairman of the Intermediary Mortgage Lenders Association. Charles, welcome.
Thank you.
In terms of innovating products relevant to the Sharia sustainability nexus that I alluded to in my opening remarks, I think it's fair to say that Gatehouse Bank is considered to be somewhat of a pioneer in the space. What have been your observations about the opportunities to innovate Sharia compliant green and sustainable products for your customers in the UK? And can you tell us a little bit about the bank's experiences, your experience indeed, as you've moved along and done this?
Yeah, thanks, Stella, and welcome, and great to see everybody online. So I hope you'll find this useful. I hadn't realised actually, Stella, that I'd done all those things. I must be a lot older. I kind of thinking I actually am really. But anyway, the last journey, which has been 8 years at Gatehouse Bank, has been fascinating. So it's the first time I've worked in a fully Sharia compliant bank, which is what we are. We're a full UK bank deposit taker. And actually, we've spent a lot of time trying to really foster our green products. And it chimes really well with the Sharia context of what we do, to be an ethically based finance provider, both on home finance, which is what we do, so the equivalent of mortgages, and also on savings, because we are fully self-funding in terms of liquidity. We found it really interesting on the savings side. So in terms of products, we did quite a bit of research before we launched what we call our Woodland Saver accounts, which is what it says. We plant trees in the event that customers open or renew accounts with us. The research we've done shows, particularly in the younger age group, so the 18 to 24 age group, 2/3 of those respondents found that the green finance, the greenness of it, was a fundamental driver to their decision-making process. So it wasn't just about rate, although rate has to be there or thereabouts, profit rate, but it's about what are the savings doing? How is the bank using them? Which is obviously very important from a Sharia context. So obviously with our kind of ethical and Sharia context, we don't deploy any of our deposits in what might be considered inappropriate activities. Funding gun running, funding betting shops, all those things we don't do, which you would expect we wouldn't do. But it's really interesting that the younger generation are becoming much, much more aware and questioning us quite hard about the kind of green status of what we do. So we've been, for example, as a bank, we've been carbon neutral for 3 years. That's fundamentally important. I know a lot of other people are on the same journey or have been on it for some time. We've got a track to net zero. That will take quite a long time. But really, our kind of Woodland Saver and the whole planting trees and carbon neutral has been fundamental in our product design in recent times. So we're a relatively small bank in the UK with the 3rd largest Sharia compliant bank in Europe. That's quite a good stat, and we're growing, but there's a lot more we can do. So far we planted 50,000 trees, so it's almost a forest. But people see that as fundamentally important, and will continue to do that. Just a last stat on this: the research that we've done as well, which is quite a considerable number of people we surveyed, 63% of the respondents were very familiar with green-related products in the UK generally. So they researched them, they understand them, and that is the way forward, not just any old product.
I find those observations actually fascinating. I mean, there are many members of the audience who will be familiar with the UK Islamic banking community and others that won't, but for quite a long time, we've been analysing the client base in the UK and the appetite for Sharia compliant banking and finance products. And there is proven evidence that the Islamic bank savings products have been very attractive, but historically, I think a lot of the commentary has been that savers have been attracted, be they Muslim or not, by the performance as well. Because when I look at the rankings and I look at the media and it promotes, instant access online savings products, Islamic banks, including Gatehouse, have ranked very favourably. But the comment has always been about the returns. So I'm really interested in hearing what you say about the green credentials of the product actually ranking equally, if not higher, for part of your base. But it still suggests that actually the interest of Islamic finance is spreading beyond Muslim clients, who are a priority here. Financial inclusion is a priority here in the UK for government and for private sector as well. But it's interesting that it's still encompassing, both communities.
Yeah, and on our home finance side, so our Sharia mortgages, that's a harder one to get the green credentials across, because it's a bigger challenge. So we might come on to later, but we were founder members of the United Nations Principles for Responsible Banking. Even though we're relatively small in the scheme of US and other banks, we were founder members because we thought it was really important. But for us to be almost, carbon neutral, or in fact going to carbon zero, we as a bank and other banks in the audience will have to include what happens with their customers' footprints, as well as the bank's own footprints, which makes it an interesting, very interesting challenge. So, for example, we're financing homes for either for investment or for living in. What is the status of those homes? How can we help our customers become, more green in the home environment? The heating, the heat pumps, the double glazing, the solar panels. How can we help with that? Because actually that counts towards the bank's carbon footprint. So, if you're an even bigger bank, it is a very, very big challenge. And so that's all about developing more products. So, for example, we actually give a slightly preferential rate treatment to customers who have developed their homes into a more eco-rated house. So obviously in the UK, the houses are rated by an independent valuer according to their efficiency rating. And so if someone spent time and money making the home more efficient and therefore greener and more carbon friendly, we give some credit to that in terms of the rate that we charge, because we think it's the right thing to do. And we're shortly launching more products to help customers make their homes more energy efficient. So I think this whole journey is something that we and others are kind of on, but it's a very long journey, I've got to say.
It's interesting, and I guess as an external observer, it reinforces the way in which an Islamic bank in the UK is not just delivering innovative, cutting-edge products that are sustainable and Sharia compliant to its client base, but it's weaving that offering into top-down policy formation, some of the commitments that are being made, of course, by government and encouraging private sector to come along in their response to that, and really sort of performing on an equivalent level to some of your conventional peers, if not above it, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting you mention that, Stella, because there is certainly in the UK there is a kind of politics involved as well that we're having to navigate our way through. So, for example, through nobody's fault, but just a quirk of history, some of the tax rules in the UK and the land rules in the UK really don't help Sharia compliant financing. You know, it's just a quirk of the past because it was so small in the UK historically. It's now growing at a much more acceptable rate, I think. So yeah, we've had to lobby very hard with the UK government and have recently been successful, which is good news, in terms of equalising the tax treatment for people who are buying homes in the UK. And this can apply to overseas customers also who want to buy homes in the UK for either investment or family purposes. And interestingly, you know, 15% of our overseas customers come from Singapore, which is quite interesting, who are buying homes in the UK for either investment or for their own purposes. So, you know, us persuading government to equalise it, because otherwise it's sort of unfair treatment compared to conventional finance. And we're bringing this, because it's now more prevalent, Islamic finance in the UK, it's becoming more of a bigger thing to focus on. And we gradually chipped off quite a few of these now. We've got one or two still to go, and we're lobbying hard with our new UK government, and we're ever optimistic we'll get one or two across the line. But the key ones have now been equalised, which is really important. So that proves, I think, the fact that Islamic finance in the UK has now got a much bigger priority than it ever had historically, which is a great thing. In the UK, for example, there are 4 million people who declare themselves as a Muslim, and that is the fastest growing segment of the UK society. And the population in the Muslim population has a lower average age than the general UK population. So they want more products, they want things that suit them. And, you know, it's up to us to make sure that, but while we're doing that, they have to have that green tinge around them because that's the right thing to do.
Thank you. There's so much here in your remarks that I want to sort of drill into and pick out. You mentioned principles for responsible banking, so I'm going to park that for a minute because I want to come back to it before we finish. But I think because of the focus and because this is an ASEAN event, you know, before we started our discussion here, we've learned from other sessions about some of the challenges that global financial institutions face when investing in ASEAN. Now, not many people know this, but it was my honour to serve as a non-executive director at Gatehouse for a couple of years through its formation phase. So I know that historically, Gatehouse has had a solid strategy for ASEAN and particularly for Malaysia, and has long-term experience of the region. So you've told us a lot about the UK. You mentioned, which interested me, your clients overseas and those in Southeast Asia. So perhaps you can tell us a little bit more about how the bank's been positioned to work with the market in ASEAN and to deliver its Sharia compliant sustainable products and services to its customers beyond the UK. What challenges particularly has Gatehouse faced in doing that?
I think one of the key challenges actually is people who want to invest in the UK generally need a UK bank account to get a home facility, you know, to get an Islamic mortgage. That's quite difficult to do unless you've already got a connection into the UK banking system. So that's something we're working on currently, because I think if we can find a way of creating some form of UK banking account, then that'll enable even more people to come and get facilities with us. So that's one thing we're working on. That's probably the biggest single obstacle, I think, for somebody coming to finance a UK property. The rest of it is just us extending our reach into the region. And so obviously we deal with brokers in the region who have clients, want to place business with us. We also have people can come directly to us. We have an internet and telephony based offering where we will give the full advice if required. So I think we have a broad offering. And just out of interest, you know, we come out regularly. So if anybody wants to see us, always welcome. I'm in Kuala Lumpur and Singapore next week. So we're making the effort to try and get out and explain our proposition to people in the ASEAN region. But yeah, it's just really a question of us working out. We've got, I think, a fairly slick entry point. So, you know, we have a web entry which you can go end to end through the process, which I think makes life a bit easier when you're doing things at a distance. But obviously, the key things are: have you got a UK bank account? Quite important. Secondly, can you speak English or some form of English or a bit of English? Because you have to be able to understand our terms and conditions. It's a regulatory requirement at our end, and obviously most people can, which is great news. So, you know, that's kind of what we're doing at the present time.
Okay, Thank you for that, and I hope you have a successful trip, and I'm sure that a lot of our audience will be looking forward to meeting you directly. Let's go back to Principles for Responsible Banking, which was created in 2019 through a partnership between founding banks and the United Nations. And it was created as a unique framework for ensuring that signatory banks' strategy and practices align with the vision that society set out for its future through the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement. So I think it's more than 4 years now since Gatehouse became the first fully Sharia compliant bank to sign up for the UN PRB. And, you know, as a British Islamic financial sector practitioner, as well as a personal endorser of sustainability, I'm very proud that Gatehouse did that. My own firm, DD Cap, is also an endorser of the principles, although we're not a bank, so we're not a signatory in the same way. And I think we're still the only intermediary service provider in the Islamic space that's signatory to Principles for Responsible Investment. So these things are really important, and I just can't emphasize how important I think it is for our banks and financial institutions to have their space in these sort of initiatives. But I'm interested to know how you found the journey since Gatehouse made the commitment. There are other, I think, banks who are represented in Islamic finance who have followed similarly, but I must say there hasn't been an overwhelming dash to do it, which I've noticed. So have you got any guidance that you'd offer fellow bankers who are active within the Islamic financial sector and might be considering the same pathway?
Yeah, what I would say is, particularly if you're at the smaller end of the banking institutions, it is a big commitment. Excuse me. So it's important to take that on board before actually signing up for the initiative. You know, we've had to employ specific staff with expertise in, you know, understanding our footprint, understanding our customers' footprint, doing the research. There is a lot of reporting required into the UN, which is good. A pile of hassle at the start, if I'm honest, because it was a big leap for us. But actually, to be fair, what it has done is given us a massive discipline on what we should be tracking and how we should be tracking things, the trends, etc. And also we have to publish reports, you know, make them publicly available on our progress, which gives us a good discipline and keeps us on account to make sure we're making progress and doing the right thing. So if people look at our website, you'll see on the website there are the full reports that we send to the UN that are published there. Our investors now ask us questions about our sustainability because they know we're part of this network. So actually it keeps us true and it makes us do the right thing, and there's nothing wrong with that. It gives you a discipline to do it. But it is quite a task to do. The other thing is, in terms of, you know, signing up for a kind of path to net zero, which is obviously going to take quite some time, we have to publish again what are our plans, how are we going to do it, how are we going to help customers become more sustainable in their own right, in their own lives. And actually that's quite difficult. You know, we don't know what all our customers do every day, but what we do know is what house they live in if we're financing it, and how we might be able to help them make it more efficient and sustainable. So I think really it's not for the faint-hearted, but it's definitely worth it if you go into it, in my opinion. You do get a lot of feedback from the UN. You get some peer group reporting, which is quite helpful. The one thing we don't do, though, if I'm honest, as a group of members, so the UN do a lot of coordinating and a lot of reporting comes out of it. But I think going forward, we should probably be doing more as peer group members to coordinate with each other. So what we do is we report into the UN. There's not a huge amount, if I'm honest, or not enough collaboration across the membership of the UN PRBB. I think that's an opportunity for us to do more, particularly when you've got smaller institutions that need to learn off other people. What are you doing? It's not a state secret. It's actually something that we can all benefit from by working together. So I think for me, I'm looking to try and do a bit more of that going forward. You know, so there are some very big institutions that are kind of quite far ahead in this region. ING is a good example. You know, European bank. So yeah, we talk to them from time to time. And you think, crikey, I didn't realise you did that, and that's really interesting. And you know, people are generally very forthcoming if we ask the questions. So I would suggest collaborating with somebody first who's already in the UN PRBB to understand the practical implications of it. But we found it very helpful, to be honest.
Yeah, I'd endorse that fully. I mean, the practical implications, you know, DDCAP's been a PRI signatory, I think, since 2016, but we weren't in there at sort of ground level. So we had to adapt and learn. We did the same thing. We used it as a sort of learning process and worked out where the rest of the sector was moving towards, and then actually found out that there was quite a lot that we could contribute in our small way to responses and to enabling the PRI to compile its data. But actually, as you say, we were a little bit isolated because there weren't any more from our space. But in PRB, it's been interesting. I certainly see Gatehouse as a pathfinder, interesting too, that, you know, it's a smaller institution. But where there has been other commitment, it has been also apparent that ASEAN banks, particularly Malaysia's CIMB, is one that springs to mind, and its leadership have been also very committed to following that path.
Yeah. I think just on that point, Stella, you make a very good point there in terms of leadership. I mean, if you look at most things get done top down. So if the executive believe in it and deliver on it, then everyone else does. It's just a fact of life. So the passion of the senior executive in an organization is the only way this can actually work, and we can get better at it. So, you know, I won't be alone in this, but part of my annual objectives, as reviewed by the chairman of the board, includes this kind of stuff. It's not all about hitting the numbers and getting the profit out. Yeah. It's about how do we do it and what impact are we making on society. And that is something, if the chief executives and the executives and the board, for that matter, genuinely believe in it and genuinely practice it, it will happen. Without that, it won't happen.
I agree with you. I mean, as a CEO of a more compact firm, I am similarly tasked, and also I have a global investment banking background, and I know in some ways it's perhaps easier for us in the smaller firms to be more responsive and agile. But I do agree that wherever you are, big or large firm, it needs that commitment from the top down, and to move this ahead and to make things happen. It's something that cascades very well, and the enthusiasm and passion that the leadership shows for this particular discipline is something that imparts into teams very well. I think that is particularly relevant at the moment because seemingly we're at a point in the cycle where we are seeing a retraction, we can't ignore it, of sustainability accented commitments by major firms in both within the financial sector and outside of it. But I think particularly those retractions by international financial sector firms are catching the attention of the press and of course observers as well. I don't know whether you have any view about that.
Well, yeah, obviously there is a certain amount of global politics going on right now, without mentioning any specific names. I think the importance of particularly the bigger firms is to hold firm, in my opinion, on some of these fundamental questions. It's very easy to react to flip-flop around, but I think basically it's important that we kind of hold our ground.
Yeah, so I think we were about due to wrap up. So very briefly, in less than a minute, again, focusing on ASEAN, if you were asked to propose one solid step, talking about top-down commitment, policy, formation, politics, what steps should ASEAN leaders take today in the interest of securing economic stability and sustainable development for the future? I mean, what a question to ask, and ask a response.
I should run for president of somewhere if I can answer this one.
Let's blame Jeff.
Yeah, no, it's a broad question to say the least. I mean, obviously, within the ASEAN region, an awful lot of institutions will be doing this extremely well right now. So I don't want to teach anybody to suck eggs, but I think the key thing is we've found to increase profitability, which for an institution, it has to happen. So to increase profitability, there's a much more close connection now between customers' views on sustainability, efficiency, and green energy, etc. Their views are now correlating more and more to product design and demand for products. So I think keeping a very close eye on what the customers, particularly at a younger age demographic, are looking for is the key thing, and not assuming we just produce what we always have produced. So I think it's that alignment with the younger generation who really are much more discerning, we found, in terms of what are we doing and how are we doing it. So I think that's a key thing. And profit usually flows in those areas if you get it right.
Interesting comment to finish on. I so wish that we had longer. Charles, I'm going to invite you out for a coffee because there's more that I have to ask you.
I'll hold you to that.
Yeah. But I just want to thank you for joining me today, and also for your really insightful remarks and your responses. Similarly, my thanks and our thanks to Jeffy and to the Asian Institute of Chartered Bankers, and to the United Nations Environment Programme Finance Initiative, UNEP-FI, for organising and endorsing this ever-evolving event, and for giving us the opportunity to share our observations with you today, and also to impart our thoughts and perspectives. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Stella.
Thank you very much for having me on this wonderful program and this wonderful conference. When it comes to sustainability, I want to just say a few words about MBSB and its approach to sustainability. MBSB is currently celebrating its 75th anniversary. It's a financial institution that's actually older than Malaysia itself. And it's gone through a long process of evolution until finally evolving into a full-fledged Islamic bank. So that being the case, when we think of sustainability in MBSB, we link it to the foundation of the nation, the Malaysian nation, which is belief in God. And therefore, what flows naturally from belief in God is that everything around you is God's creation, and everything therefore around you is a sacred trust from God. The question is, how do you interact with this trust? How do you interact with God's river, God's trees, God's animals, God's people, right? And the word that we use in Malay is adab, which is right conduct. And so for us, when we look at sustainability, we look at it from that angle, that how these sustainable practices all revolve around how do we approximate the proper conduct with God's creation, right? And we can understand the proper conduct through a number of things. Through religion, this is one. Through cultural practices throughout history, that's the second. And also through science, understanding the correlations between certain actions and certain results. For example, global warming and greenhouse gas emissions. As scientists have studied this phenomenon, they found a correlation between greenhouse gas emissions, greenhouse gas concentrations, and climate change. And therefore, it's important to mitigate the harm that may result from this. So this is how we look at, sustainability. Now, there was also a question regarding us combining Sharia and sustainability. I think because we are, as far as I know, the first financial institution to combine these two. And for us, as an Islamic bank, right, Sharia is not just, a few laws and rules that relate to transactions, but it's actually the sum total of all of the guidance that God sends to human beings through his prophets. So therefore, sustainability is effectively a subset of that guidance, right? And for us, we venture to say that if we want true sustainability, we have to link that to the sustainer himself. God is the one who created everything. He is the one who sustains everything from moment to moment. So therefore, we have to acknowledge him and acknowledge that everything is his creation, and in order for us to have true and deeply rooted sustainability. So it's a journey, and it's a journey that we're looking forward to taking, and we're looking forward to sharing our findings and our reflections, throughout this journey. I think another question that was posed related to our sustainability product and how they relate to the market and the response. So many of our sustainability products are under MIDF. And MIDF originally was set up by the government as an institution to support Malaysian industry. So our products, to a large degree, are all aligned to the national strategy. So we have specific financing for SMEs or run by women, which is clearly a government strategy. We have products for mobility, electric mobility infrastructure, so charging stations and things like that, in order to build a network that can support, electric vehicles. We have very good take up in that regard as well. Also, automation, agro-food, agro-tech, and mechanization and industrialization. So also we have a very strong take up in that regard. All of these are in line with the government direction. We also have programs for low income housing as well, because housing is a very important factor for family stability. We also are supporting the solar energy sector in the capital markets. So we, alhamdulillah, we are very blessed to support an award-winning solar green sukuk called Nicola. We have done 2 issuances of the sukuk supporting the solar energy sector as well. So I think overall we found that, when the products are in line with the government direction, when we're all swimming in the same lane, that there is a strong take-up. I think the final question relates to, my role in the principles for responsible banking and, writing some of the sections that related to Islamic banking and how I feel about institutions exiting. I think, the way we look at sustainability, right? It's not purely a utilitarian approach where, look, if unless everybody's doing it, we're not going to do it. No, we feel that it's a moral imperative. We're doing it because we believe it's the right thing to do. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he has a tradition where he said, don't be such a person who has no real personality, where if people do good, they do good, and if people do evil, they do evil, but be someone who is firmly rooted, where if people do good, you do good, and if people do evil, then you don't follow that. So, and we're not judging anyone, but we say that if we believe that doing taking certain sustainable approaches, for us at MBSB, we have committed to net zero, we've committed to carbon neutrality, we've committed to originating 10 billion in sustainable and transition finance, as well as 50,000 volunteer hours. We believe that that's the right thing to do. We believe that this represents our sacred trust, to our communities, to our stakeholders, to our shareholders. So therefore, we're going to do it, regardless of what other people do, And I do acknowledge that many of the large institutions, they do have commitments to sustainability, but they may have different perspectives. They may have their own net zero commitment and their own pathways to doing that. And so we don't judge anyone, but we try to work together for the common good. And I think the beauty of the sustainability movement is we realize that we all have to work together. And we found personally nothing but love amongst the financial institutions. In places where we would otherwise be competing when it comes to the sustainability, we find the doors are open and people are willing to collaborate and give them their time and give them their knowledge and their effort to help others. So I've noticed that with the largest banks. And so I'm optimistic about the future. And I feel very blessed and very honored to be with you today virtually. And I look forward to meeting all of you physically one day.
Thank you so much, Stella Charles Ashraf. To draw Ethical Finance ASEAN to a close, I would now like to invite Dato' Yvonne Chia, Non-Executive Chair, Standard Chartered Bank Malaysia, Berhad, and AICB Council Member to deliver our closing remarks. Dato' Yvonne Chia is a respected ASEAN leader with over 4 decades of banking experience, shaping Malaysia's financial sector through strategic leadership and policy influence. Over to you, Dato' Yvonne.
Thank you, Shireen. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen. To begin, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Asian Institute of Chartered Bankers and the Global Ethical Finance Initiative for the opportunity to be part of this important dialogue. This fourth iteration of the Ethical Finance ASEAN initiatives has been a dynamic exploration of the critical issues shaping ethical finance in ASEAN, reinforcing the growing momentum behind ASEAN's leadership in global economic resilience and sustainability, and offering practical pathways towards a more inclusive financial future for our region. I understand that we have a strong turnout of over 1,000 participants at this virtual summit today, signifying an unwavering commitment to the principles of inclusivity and sustainability, and a commendable dedication to continuous learning and professional development. Building on the success of previous summits that have collectively benefited over 5,000 banking professionals to date, we commenced with an insightful opening remarks from AICB Chairman Tan Sri Azman Hashim, who underscored ASEAN's economic prowess, Malaysia's pivotal role as ASEAN Chair, and the imperative for inclusive and resilient financial systems. His call for stakeholders to be agents of change, rather than simply reactive to challenges, set the stage for further discussions. And following this, Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Nazir Tun Abdul Razak, Chairman of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, or ASEAN-BAC Malaysia, delivered a compelling keynote address outlining ASEAN's Vision 2025 and emphasizing the region's vast potential for development through investment and innovation, while addressing pressing issues such as inequality and environmental degradation. His focus on ethical finance, renewable energy, and sustainable development resonated deeply with the summit's core themes. Then Aris Poon, Director, Head of Asia Pacific Insights and Analysis from S&P Global Market Intelligence, provided a crucial economic outlook, illuminating global trends and the potential impact on ASEAN. The first panel discussion of the day, ASEAN's role in global economic stability and sustainable development, expertly moderated by esteemed chartered banker and Jefferies Global Steering Group Chairman, Dame Susan Rice, offered valuable recommendations for regional leaders on securing economic stability and sustainable growth through strong international cooperation, well-coordinated policy making, and skillful infrastructure development. Subsequently, the panel on current trends in finance, steered by Jefferies Managing Director Omar Sheikh, explored the complexities of global regulatory frameworks and the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in finance for emerging markets, with salient views from Suraya Salih of Bank Negara Malaysia and Il Ishihara of MSCI. Carbon Tracker Initiative Head of Policy and Engagement, Richard Follen's COP presentation from Baku to Belém, Implications for ASEAN, provided a sobering assessment of global climate action and its implications for ASEAN, highlighting the need for an accelerated transition and the pivotal role of COP30 in climate action. And then moderated by Tribe Impact Capital Chief Impact Officer Amy Clark, the fireside chat on collaborative solutions for climate and biodiversity crisis, featuring Tata Mustasya of Greenpeace International and Ed Thompson of WWF Philippines, highlighted the critical link between environmental action and financial decision-making, and explored effective engagement strategies for financial institutions and actionable policies for investors. Subsequently, discussions in the panel on investing in ASEAN, moderated by Jefferies Senior Advisor Amanda Young, saw Adrian Reamer of London Stock Exchange Group and Diana Tang of ING offering keen insights on the need for social considerations, consistent policies, and capacity building in advancing sustainable finance. Discussions also centered on the potential of renewable energy, digital infrastructure, transformative technologies, and carbon finance in attracting investment. Finally, the fireside chat on Islamic finance and sustainability with DDCAP's Stella Cox, MBSB Bank's Ashraf Goma Ali, and Gatehouse Bank's Charles Hasney, highlighted the unique challenges and opportunities in merging Sharia principles with sustainability goals, as well as the role of global sustainability initiatives, such as the United Nations Environment Programme Finance Initiative's Principles for Responsible Banking, and advice for banks considering its adoption. Ladies and gentlemen, the deep insights and new knowledge shared at the Ethical Finance ASEAN 2025 virtual summit today has provided us with a more holistic understanding of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. As Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, so eloquently stated, climate finance is not charity. It is an investment. Climate action is not optional. It is an imperative. Both are indispensable to a livable world for all humanity and a prosperous future for every nation on earth. These words resonate deeply, perfectly encapsulating the urgency of the current climate crisis, the interconnectedness of the challenges we face, and the pressing need for collective action. On behalf of AICB and Jeffy, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for your invaluable contributions to the success of the Ethical Finance ASEAN 2025 virtual summit today. Your participation, engagement, and commitment to ethical finance are truly inspiring. Thank you all.